What is a Power BI? Power BI is basically a data visualization and a business intelligence tool that basically converts the data from different sources to an interactive dashboards in any of the Power BI reports. So that's what we talk about, the data visualization and the Power BI tools. So like we have the other visualization tools in market. Similarly, Power BI is also one of the data visualization tool, and it's a business intelligence tool as well. So it is basically a part of Microsoft basically a part and a suite of Microsoft. That's why it is as a part of a business intelligence tool that basically converts the data from different data sources and helps you to interact with the dashboards and other Power BI reports. So if you want to interact with the dashboards or you want to create any Power BI reports or anything of that sort, so then in that case, we go ahead with the data visualization and business intelligence and all the Power BI tools in that case. Now, what is a data visualization? Data visualization is something which helps you to turn the granular data into an easily understandable or visually compiling and an useful business information. So whenever you want to make a data very much visually influenced, visually appealing a data wherein the data would be looking very convenient, you need to study them in a granular level, you need to understood easily, visually, and you want to compile the useful business informations and all that stuff. So then that is called as a data visualization. It basically helps you to turn that all the granular data into a very easily understandable and visually compiling and a useful business information. So like you see over here, when I make like kind of a sales report where I have an overview about the numbers, how much is there in the numbers, how much for the prices, like I can show you the overview of the sales report for different countries, which is Australia, that is 5.3 million, for Canada, for then you have for the France, for Germany. So these are the numbers. And then there are key influences and the top segments where you can have these top management things and everything. Then you can have a visual like this way, where you can see a sales graph by basically any brand or any brand names or anything of that sort, or maybe categorization on different things and all of that stuff. So basically, all these things helps you to form a data visualization, which helps you to turn the granular details and the granular understanding of the data more understandable and more visually compiled. So here you can see that the data has been compiled very visually, and you can also see that the compilation is very useful. Like for a sales numbers or for the sales reports that we go ahead, we can see that yes, there are different view of sales for each country, like how many sales have been done by each country, that is being visually represented, that how many key individuals are there, that is visually represented, how many business informations are shown, that are visually represented. So these business informations are combined to form a data visualization. Now, why it is called as a business intelligence tool? Now, business intelligence tool basically uncovers the insights for making strategic decisions. So whatever strategic decisions you want to make, like maybe which is based on the business performance management. What is business performance management? Like, for example, how your business is going to perform, how it is showing like whatever data you are studying for. For example, if I'm talking about the sales of a company, I'm going to look for the business performance of that company. So basically, I would strategically, I have to think about it and I have to know that how it is going to affect the performance of that company, or how the business performance management is going to come up or to work for. That's something which we need to know. Then there are data governance, wherein data governance is how you're going to govern the data. So business intelligence in whole is a management, first of all, how business is going to perform and how the business is going to get managed. So that you have to see. Then there is data governance. Data governance in the senses wherein you have to see how you have to govern the data, how you have to maintain the data, how the data is going to work, what is the type of data that is going to come to you and how you're going to utilize the data and in what all forms you're going to utilize that data. These all things you need to understand. Then you have business intelligence program, wherein you would be understanding that, okay, what are those programs by which you can actually understand the level of the business, how the business works, how everything works, and all of that. So then there's a business intelligence program all in all, which comes into picture. Now, what are those business intelligence program covers in themselves? Business intelligence program basically covers like the discussion of the tools, information about the tools, what are all the tools all about, and how that performs in the business, how that looks in the business, everything that is there in the form of a business intelligence program that covers up in the business intelligence tool. Then you have the fourth as data architecture. Data architecture means to combine the data, to make the data more in a form of a appealing senses and an understandable senses. So the other person who is sitting across should understand, okay, these are the data that you need to understand and these are the data that we need to figure out and we need to learn about it. That's called as data architecture, making the data into an understandable format. Then the next is data warehouse and laking. Data warehouse is basically where you keep the data. Once you got all the data from all the sources you need, maybe it's from a different source, maybe it's from a vendor, maybe from an offline source, maybe from the campaign you are running, anything of that sort, then you accumulate the data in a pool from where you can take the data up. And these data warehousing and laking is called as the data management or making the databases in a very simple term. So we make different databases so that we can take those data and utilize those data in a way. So that's why we talk it as a data warehousing and lacking sort of an intelligence system. Then we have the next is as data integration. So data integration is something wherein you integrate your data, you make your data more useful in a sense that it integrates in a form, it works in a form, and it provides you the basic insights of it. So these six terminologies makes your business intelligence. And all these things can be done into a one source, that is your Power BI, which is actually a very influential tool which uncovers the insight of making your strategic decisions, which helps you to analyze historical and the current data and present a finding in an intuitive visual format. In a visualized format, you can have the intuitive visual format, you can have the visual data, you can study, you can learn about them. So all of these things covers under the business intelligence tool and make your tool more appropriate, more data driven and everything. Now, the question comes in, why we choose Power BI? What are the useful that we should choose Power BI? We should go ahead with Power BI. Why should we do that? Now, obviously, there are few credentials that matches it, that why should you choose Power BI? Why should you work with Power BI? Why should you actually use Power BI as a meaningful sense? So first is it helps you to create meaningful reports. It helps with an Excel integration. You can integrate Excels in it. So there's a formation of Excel integration that is there. You can have an Excel integration. Then you can have some personalized dashboards available. You can make a personalized dashboard that can be there. You can have the personalized dashboards there. You can make your personalized dashboard. You can make it very simple, useful, whatever way you want to. Then it is very simple to use. First of all, very easy to use, just drag and drop facility, or you click on it and you start creating your dashboards. Like you click on the visual appears, you drag your columns and you drag your rows and whatever data means on whatever categorical representations you want to show your data, you can show them up and they are be builded up. So it's easy to use, simple and easy to use. Then there is no upfront cost that is involved. Basically, you don't have any upfront cost available. You can easily work with it. So there is no upfront cost that is there. Then there are easy to collaborate. You can easily collaborate with other sources. You can easily collaborate with other databases. You have that option of collaborating with different databases, with different sources, with different intelligence and everything in place. So you can collaborate with different data sources. You can work with different data sources. All of these are handy. and you can easily work with them in any of the ways. You can easily work, and you can easily work with them and can make it more simpler to use and more easygoing. Then real-time updates are there. You can have a real-time update on there. If the data is connected, data is live, extracted, as soon as you update your data, the data gets updated really quick, really easy. So there is a real-time update that is available. Then you cover a wide coverage of data sources. So there are wide data sources coverage that are there. You have a wide data coverage sources that are there, and based on that, you basically like work on it. So that is also there. So these are all the stuffs and the things that you can see, that you have a wide coverage of data sources that are available. And based on those data coverage and the data sources, you can actually connect your data, and you can use those tools and technologies and everything present in the data and can work on it. So these are all the reasons which comes into picture when we talk about why should we use Power BI, what are the uses to use it, why shouldn't we use it, or why should we use it. So these are all the things which comes into mind whenever we talk about Power BI, or whenever we talk about how to use a Power BI, or why not to use a Power BI in that sense. Now, coming on to the question, what is a Power BI? So Power BI is basically used to find insights within an organization's data. So inside the organization data, wherein your organization data comes in, wherein you have a Power BI service, wherein there's a Power BI service and all of them, which helps you for the dashboards, with the reports. You have mobile app, you have visualization gateway. So for all those insights, wherein you can visualize them in a form of a graph, different graphs altogether. Maybe it can be a bar chart, a stack bar chart, line in a bar chart, anything of that sort, with all the filters applied to all the data sources, whatever sources you want to apply for the data sources, you want to connect with the data sources. Everything comes in so handy in that you can easily connect, you can disparate the data sources, you can transform, clean the data into a data model, basically. And then you can create charts or graphs to provide a visuals of the data set. So in that form, Microsoft Power BI is basically where you find insights within an organization data, where it helps you to connect or disparate data sets, transform or clean the data into a data model. You can create charts or graphs to provide the visuals of the data. So in each and every term, it's a dashboard, it's an interaction site, it's a power useful insight services and everything of that sort that comes into picture. Now, what are the key benefits of Power BI that we all know and that we need to understand, that why we are using it every time whenever we are going to use a tool or any technology, anything of that sort? We should always remember why we are basically using that. What are the key benefits of using any of the Power BI sources or any of the tool? Not in terms of Power BI, but whenever we talk about any tool, in fact, we should know what are the key benefits. Why are we using it? So the first benefit is that it is used for data analysis. You put in a data, you grab a data, you put in a data, you analyze that data in a form of a report view. You can see that, okay, this is my data. If I want to change anything in the data, I can do that. It helps you with the interactive reporting sites. So if you are not looking forward for any visuals or anything, you can simply have some reportings only, just the data visual presentation. That's it you can do. So that's an interactive reporting. Then you can create the data visualization. So you can create charts out of it. If you want to create any visualizations out of it, whatever type of visualization you look for creating, you can create that. Then it's a user-friendly mobility. It's a very user-friendly platform. You can have like a user-friendly software wherein you can easily have like very user-friendly in the sense you have mobile applications. So people who are actually like don't have the system in front of them, or maybe they are not having downloaded on their system and they want to view the reports and do some tweaks and turns on that report side, then they can easily have the user-friendly mobility option there, and they can have that done. Then you have a financial overview. Financial overview in the sense is that it's free of cost. There's no licensing required for it. There's no cost to it. So you can simply download it free of cost and you can easily use it. So that's the key benefits of Power BI, why we actually use Power BI, what are the trends of using the Power BI, and why we are fetching more interactions on the Power BI. Why should we utilize that tool and not? Okay. Now, there are some so before moving to the components of Power BI, let's have a look on the interface of the Power BI. Okay, so yes. So this is the kind of interface that we have for the Power BI over here. Okay, herein, if you see that these are some options wherein you get the report view. So this is the option of a report view. This is your canvas where you make your visuals out of it. These are your data. So whenever you load the data, you'll able to see those tables with all the columns and all the information of the columns here in the data. Then these are the visuals, whatever visualization tools you want to pick for and you want to work for, you can have those visualization tools available over here. Then here, if you want to apply any filters, so this is the section of the filters that we have and that are available. When you open this arrow, it opens up. And if you want to collapse this, you can click on this and they get collapsed. So these are the kind of options that you have on your right hand side. And on the left hand side, you have three options. One is the report view. This is your data view. If you get the data, you'll able to see the tabular view of the data over here. And here you basically see your relationships of the data. So if you have multiple tables and anything, and you want to set up a relationship about the data table, that what is the relationship between the two data sets, or you want to create a relationship between the two data sets, then you can create it over here in this section. Now, let's see how we can fetch a data. But before that, let's go ahead with some of the tools over here. Like what are these informations? So in the file, we have some informations of new. So if I want to create a new report, I want to use a new Power BI interface, desktop interface basically. So we can use this. Open a report. If you have any existing report and you want to open that up, so you can open a report. If you want to save anything, you can save that report up over here. Then if you want to save as, let's say I want to save it in a form, save it in a way that it's like it was already saved and I want to save it in a different option or by a different name altogether, then it forms in a formation of save as. Then next is get data. If you want to get the data, so there are informations of Excel workbook, Power BI data sets if you want to use, then data flows are there. You can connect through SQL server, you can connect through Azure, you can have a text or a CSV file. You can in fact connect to a web page. You can have a ODT feeds, a blank query you can check for if there are any Power BI templates that are available. So with these, you can connect your data. Then if you want to import anything, now import comes in as a Power BI template, or maybe there is a Power BI visuals from file that you want to transfer, or maybe there are, so in the files, you have some visuals available and you want to get that visuals on the file or from the file. Then in that case, we use Power BI visuals from the file. Then if you want to export anything, like in a form of a Power BI template, you want to export the data, you can export it. Or if you want to export it in form of a PDF, and then you can export it. Then there are other options like for the canvas options and all, like for the settings, which we say, these are all the options that are basically available in Power BI that is there, like about the data load, about the data stuffs and all of them. I am just getting a call. So basically over here, you can like see whatever you want to look for. So like you can see for the type detection, you can see for the background data. So whatever you want to present for, you want to have a data lookout, whatever you want to see for, whatever the parallel loading tables, all these stuff about the Power Query editor. You want to have a layout of the Power Query editor. You want to tell how the layout should perform. What is the data preview that should be there? Then if you want to have a direct query, basically if you want to connect it to SAP HANA or any of the relationship models, or you want to have an R scripting available, or you want to add up any Python scripting, anything, so you can do that. Then obviously you have the privacy settings available. If you want to have any data extensions, or if you want to have like allow a Microsoft certification to extend load of a third party verification, any privacy you want, any regional settings you want, any updates you want to do. So for all of that stuff, you can have these options available. Then obviously, if you want to have some settings on the current file, like whatever the data load or the regional settings or any privacy in the data, in fact, if you are loading a data and you want to have a privacy settings on the data set that you are loading, you can obviously do that. Then you have an option to auto recover files. Auto recover files is basically if you ever forgot to save a file and you want to automatically recover those files, then in that case, mm-hmm, in that case, you can automatically recover that automatically. So for example, let's say you created a Power BI report and uh, you forgot to save that, and you think that, oh shit, now I lost my file, what I'm going to do? So I have to create a new file. No, you don't have to create a new file. Basically, what you can do is that you can just simply go to the basic launches or basic options, wherein what you can basically do, you can just have an auto recover. So Power BI automatically recovers your data. It doesn't wait for anything, or it doesn't look for anything. It just automatically recovers or automatically saves your data in a way that you don't have to bother about saving your data by yourself. So that is also one of a very important feature, and it's a very advantage feature whenever you forgot to save your data. So in that sense, you can obviously save your data in a way. Okay. Now, apart from that, the next option that we have is publishing the data sets. Okay, whenever you want to publish your data sets, either it is a SAP variable or any of the data variables or anything, so you can do that. You can do that basically by using that direct query or connections to data set or anything of that sort. Then we have query reduction. So if you want to reduce the number of queries sent or anything of that sort, then you can use a query reduction option, wherein you can disable all the filtering by default or anything. Or maybe if you want to add a slicers, instead of applying button to a slicer, we recommend all slicers button to for all each page. So you can completely come up. Then in filters, if you want to add the apply button to all basic filters, or you want to add a single apply button to all filter panes, then you can do that. Then obviously the report settings, like you can have a filter that the end users can't have the filters to be saved in the data. Then visuals, how you want to save the visuals, how you want to explore the data, how, how cross drill through what develop or anything of that sort. So all these things is actually kind of settings that you have in your data set. Then the next option that we have over here in the options as setting is data source setting. So in the data source setting, you have like whatever data source, like basically by default, you have this global permissions from where you can like for example, if you connect with it, wherever you connect with the data source. So the global permissions is by default, it gets connected to the SQL for me because I have SQL in my system. But if you want the data source from any current files, if you want to load it from a file, then you have to search it from a file and you have to load that. Like you should have a file, and from there you can load it. And by default, global permission is this. So if you want to edit that permission, anything of that sort at a privacy level, or you want to delete it also, You can do that stuff. Like you want by default, you want to delete those permissions or you don't want to connect with it. So you can do that. Then there is export PBIDS. PBIDS means if you want to export the Power BI source file, like whatever the data source file you have, you want to export that, you can export it. So that's the options you are available for the data sources. Getting started is all about telling you and taking a tour through the Power BI. That's what we get the getting started option. Then the next is we have home. So in the home, we get all these options where you have paste, cut, copy for matte painting. Then you have this option of get data. So you have options to get the data. And now with the updated version, you get the data from here. So if you want to import an Excel, you can simply click on this and you can import an Excel from whatever sources you want. Like for example, I import and I can import these data sources from here. Or you want to import from the SQL, you want to paste it into a blank table, try a sample data set, then you can try a sample data set as well. You want to load a sample data set, you can load a sample data set over here. Whatever the sample data sets is there, it will connect you to that. So see, like I had there's a sample data set of the financial table. So it is establishing a connection through that and it is uploading that data set to you. So it is taking some time, but it will upload. So see, these are the financial sheets and the data you get. So whenever you load the data or you work with the data, you get these types of data sets. Now from here, this is my final table. Like this is my input file and I can see the sheets through. So if you connect to any of them, you can see the preview of the data over here, that what are all the data sets that we have. If you connect to sheet 1 also, you'll able to see that. And if you connect to this, you'll able to see this. So these are the files that you have. And from here, whatever files you want to load for, you can just load that. So you click on that. And if you think that no, my data doesn't look good or I want to transform anything, basically anything, any column, let's say you want to transform the data, you want to look for the data, so you can click on transform, or if not, you can directly load the data. So this is how you can load. And whenever you want to refresh it, you can just simply click the refresh button and the data will get refreshed. Very simple. So this is how you get your data. So these are the different sources from where you get your data. Transform data is basically, I told you, whenever you want to power a query, power pivot option or power a query, you want to transform a data. So basically, when you see that your data is not looking in a proper way, or there are some changes that needs to be made or something of that sort, then in that case, we use a transform data. Okay, wherein we transform the data, we refresh the data, so we transform the data, we make the changes. Basically, transform data is a place where you clean up all your data. So cleaning up the data is called as transforming the data. If you want to create any new visual, you can just click on it and any of the visual will come up. Or you can go to the visual panel and you can select accordingly whatever charts you want to make for. Then any of the text box you want, you can have these text box and you can write text over here. Whatever text you are looking for, you can write that. Then if you want to have more visuals, so you can have more visuals from any app sources or maybe any files. So there are some files which are manually loaded into the Power BI from where you can get some visuals. Let's say in an Excel file or in any of the file, you have some visuals already available. And you want to see those visuals and all that stuff. So in that case, you can click on this and you can take those visuals from the file. So if there is any predefined visuals or visuals being created and you want to pull them from the from any of the files or anything, then you can click on more visuals and you can click on files and you can pull the visuals out of there. Or maybe there was any report from which you want to get a visual. So you can get the visual from there also. Then you have new measures, quick measures. New measures is when you want to create some measures around. So you can use the new measure option. Quick measure is when you want to have some quick calculation on the measure, anything of that sort, you can have quick measures. Then sensitivity basically depends on like what is the sensitivity level of your data set, how much data is sensible, how much is meeting up to the requirement or is on the live front. That is called as sensitivity. Then if you want to publish the data and you want to share it across, then it's called as publishing the data source and all of that. Okay. Next is we have insert. Insert help you to add a new page, a new visual. You can have more visual. Then there's a section of Q&A. Q&A means you can have question and answers based on your, like you can have a question and answer setup, and based on your data set, you can have the Q&As assigned. Then you can have key influencers. Key influencers is a column wherein you can check for the key influence section, like what are the key important things that can influence your data set. Then you can create a decomposition tree as well, which will highlight on the hierarchical tree. A smart narrative where you can you can like have a data and you can narrate something and you will have your data available. Then you can have like, let me delete this. Then you can have a paginated report, which is basically the reports will update in a real time. Then you have Power Apps, Power Automated Preview, Text Box, and all of these. You have some buttons option. You can add up buttons. You can have shapes. You can add up some images, all of these. Then you have the option of modeling. Modeling is related to the data model, wherein you put up the data and you read about through the data. Data modeling means connections that you can set up across the tables. Like based on any common column, you set up relationship across the tables and all of these stuff. So that is called as a connection, like relationship management and all of that. Now, if you want to add any measure, any calculation, you want to add any new column into the table, you want to add up a new table into the data, you can do that. Then there is a change detection, like you are refreshing a page and you want to change something while you're refreshing, so you can go to that. Then you have an options of parameters. You can add up parameters in your data set. Manage roles. If you want to manage the roles of the people, like who should have the access of view, a creator and all that stuff. So you can manage those roles. Then view as, if you want to view the data of someone, then you can use a view as in that case. Then the language. Basically, you can have English and Spanish language. Then linguistic schema. Linguistic schema is basically importing and exporting your data sets that consists under the linguistic schema, which comes under the linguistic schema is all of them. So basically, these are all the things that comes under linguistic schema, where you can check for the data sets and all of them, that what all data sets you have, and based on what all data sets you can see whatever. Then you have a view option. View means where you can mend your charts, how differently you want to see your charts, your page view. If you want to have a grid line, you want to lock any object, you want to have a bookmark, filter, selection, any performance analyzer, you want to sync the slicer. Syncs in the sense like whenever you refresh a data, the slicer should also get refreshed. And that would be across the pages, like as the slicers get refreshed on one page, it would refresh the data on the other page as well according to the data set. Then you have an option to optimize. You can pause any visual, so that if you want to pause any visuals or you want to refresh anything. Optimize, you can have an interactive or a customized view or a query reduction. You can have a performance analyzer in place, which will help you to monitor your performance of the data. How is the data performing and everything? You can have that performance analyzer. You can have it available. Then apply all slicers button. There is apply all slicers button whenever you create a slicer, and you can have an apply all slicers button that will help you to apply a slicers button on your data set, which will help you to apply a button on all the slicers. So according to that, you can apply the slicers. So This is a basic preview and basic interface that you always see whenever you open up a Power BI dashboard. Whenever you open up a Power BI desktop application, this is the overview that you get in. And whenever you handle these type of Power BI desktops and everything, you get this information and you get this interface. So this is very simple to install. Nothing prerequisites is required. If you have Windows 7 and above, you are easily able to install it. It's free of cost. The Power BI desktop is free of cost. Obviously, there are other versions which are licensed and which requires the license also. But generally, in the terms, we always work with the Power BI dashboards. So in case of Power BI dashboard, we don't require any of such informations or any of such data sources or any of that thing. In a matter of fact, we always work with it. Okay. So we all, if we want to work with it, we can simply get this Power BI desktop information and we can work with that. We can create our visuals and we are good to start with the data set and we can work on it. Okay. So that was about a small into an interface about the Power BI, what all it what all it has and everything. Now, coming back onto the slide and looking further, Power BI. So let's see. Okay. So there are Power BI components. So there is in the Power BI components, we have Power BI Gateway, we have Power BI mobile applications, we have Power BI services, and we have Power BI desktop. So basically, what is a Power BI desktop? The interface that I showed you just a few minutes back, that was a Power BI desktop. Okay. In general, whenever we want to work with any visualization, anything, we always go ahead with a Power BI desktop in that case. Now there is one more, which is a Power BI gateway. Power BI gateway is something wherein you can see about the informations and everything. So for example, gateway is something whenever, for example, you go to Amazon, you make a payment. Okay. So if you go through the bill desk and you make your payment, so every option has every payment has an option of making through their bill desk. Bill desk is also a gateway from where you make your payments, or maybe if you're working with your cards or making payments with your cards, in fact, and if you have saved your cards on that particular application, let's say on Amazon, you have saved your card, you will always see that you can only see the last 4 digits of your card. And the saved things will be just the last 4 digits of your card and the date, like what time period that card is valid for, right? Apart from that, you are not going to see anything over there, correct? So similarly, so that's a secured gateway wherein just a required or a minimal amount of information is saved to you, and the maximum information will be like for you, because they are sensitive informations and nobody should have an access of those sensitive informations apart from you. That's why you will always see that last 4 digits of it is saved, and only the only like till when your data is valid or your card is valid, that is being shown to you. Similarly, in Power BI, if you want to secure your data in any of the way, so through the Power BI gateways, you can secure your data. So whenever we are publishing something on the server, so those data sets get through these secure gateways, wherein the data is not getting hampered or data is not getting seen by anyone. It's like, so everybody doesn't have the access to the data. Only the people who have been granted the access to see the data, they can have the visuals and they can have the access to see the data and the visuals accordingly. So if you see on the report, as we gone previously back, so there also you can see that we have an option to like save the Power BI reports, or you have seen that we have an option wherein we can like secure, or we can lock our visuals, or we can set up a permissions that you can see or view our dashboards and everything of that sort. So that is the option of gateway we have. Now there is Power BI mobile app. People who don't have an access to Power BI, they can have an access to Power BI mobile applications, wherein they can have the mobile applications available to them, and based on those applications, they can tweak the data, they can work on the data, and everything can take place. Then there are Power BI services. So Power BI services is like we can connect with the SaaS, SAP, HANA that you right now see. So these are the Power BI services. In fact, connecting to a data source is also one of a Power BI services that is available. So these are all the small Power BI services that we have. So that comes under the category of the Power BI services. That day we did about a few things on how Power BI looks, a very basic introduction about Power BI and everything and all of that stuff. So let's continue ahead. So let's start with the architecture of Power BI today. So basically, what's the architecture of Power BI is, like how the architecture and how the components are processed and how Power BI works. Basically, the architecture of Power BI is wherein you connect. So you connect with some particular apps or maybe some data sources or databases and all of that. Then you have a Power BI desktop where you work, where you create your reports, you generate your reports, you create the visualization and all of that. Then you have an access to it where you work with the accesses and you work with your regards of accesses and all of that details and everything. And here you have the Power BI services. Basically, your Power BI services goes on by your organization data. So through a gateway, I told you last time that there is a Power BI gateway, which is nothing but a secure platform wherein from where your organization data can be accessed or any of the secure network data can be accessed. So that's basically the architecture of Power BI that goes on and how it is built. Now, there are some building blocks of Power BI that are there, which is the first is visualization. So you can create visualizations in Power BI. You can have the dashboards that are available in Power BI. You can create reports. You can insert with the data sets. You can have tiles. You can have Power BI building blocks that are available. So let's see some of the examples wherein we can see how we can create some reports or any of that things. So let's see some of them. So let's say this is one of my dashboard wherein I am going to add some cards. Now there are some features wherein you can add some cards in the Power BI. Okay. So cards are nothing but some basic information of the data set that you provide is something related to the cards. So how can you create a normal card in Power BI? So as I showed to you that we loaded our data in Power BI. So let's say I loaded this data and based on that data, if I'm working on anything or let's say I'll just quickly delete this from the module. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So it's taking some time to get the data deleted. So we can have some bit of a time for that reason. So let's suppose I want to have I want to create a cards. Okay. So how can I create it? If you go to this visualization, okay, I can go to this visualization. I click on this. So there will be this visualization created. Now I can check on any column, whatever column I want to. Let's say I want to show the profit or maybe the sales amount. So I would just bring the sales amount over here and it will show me the sales amount as an information of the card. So cards is nothing but a small information about the details of your orders and orders quantity and everything, like a small detail information about the data set. So it's giving me a sum of cards. Now, if you want to basically format it or do any changes in the formatting or anything on any of these fronts, so you can click on this option of visuals and you can go to the general and you can do all the options and effects and everything. So basically, if you go to the properties option, you expand it, you have a setting of height and all that you can do. Then you can have a title, then maybe the effects, like if you want to have a background color. So let's say I want to apply a background color. So I basically applied that. And if I want to be a bit transparent, I want that, okay, it should be a bit transparent. So I can do that. Then if I want to have a visual border, I can connect to those visual borders, and basically I can set up the visual borders as well. So let's say I make it as gray itself, and like I can say a feature of how much I want the round to be. Then these are some of the background effects that you can do with the visual borders, with the shadows. And if you want to create a shadow or something, you can do that. If you want to have anything on the tooltip, you can show that whatever you want to have on the tooltip, or if you close that, it's closed. Then basically for your in the tooltip option only, you get an option of text where you can set up the font of your text. Let's say I just make it as Arial, and the size should be like 10, and the label color should be black, and the value color should also be black, and the label, it should be bold. Now, if I want the color of the background, I can see the color of the background should be this. There should be transparencies and all that. So these are some of the formatting things that I did. Like you can also do these formattings. In fact, you can change this also if you want. If you don't want to say that it should be sum of sales, so you can basically change that, like whatever the value you are seeing, like a categorical label you have over here, you can off this. So you won't be able to see that. And instead of having a categorical value, you can just have a title, create it, wherein you can write your own title. Like you can have sales numbers like this can be written. Or maybe sales amount. And you can basically have this as bold, align to center, maybe a bit of a size, and you can make it. In fact, you can make these like as small as you want, like this way, to be compact so that you can arrange them. So these are called as your cards in your Power BI. Similarly, we have some cards which are related to the Q&A part as well. Q&A is question and answers. So basically, we have some cards which are related to our Q&As. We can create some cards on Q&A. So if you see this option, that's for the Q&A. So we can have some Q&A cards available. So Q&A are basic the question and answers. So in that question and answers, you can drill through. So you can ask any question about the data. So for example, like order quantity count, like this way. See, you get the order quantity count like this. Similarly, if I want to have the order month, I can, or maybe the most recent orders. So these are the most recent orders that you have over here. So basically Q&A is nothing but it gives you an information about your data set, about what's there in your data, how the data looks, and everything about that. So basically these are all the things that comes up about the data set whenever you are working for any data or any information. Or maybe you can have some questions of like highest sales by order date. So see, you can see highest sales by order date. So that's how basically you can have all the results, you can have all the Q&As and everything as a setup. So Q&As is nothing but the information about your data, which you can type, and accordingly you can get the data out of it. So that is about your cards that we create in Power BI. Okay. Now, there are something which is called as adding slicers in Power BI. So what are basically slicers? Slicers are nothing, but they are the basic information wherein you can have some, for example, you can filter out your data on the basis of that. Like the way if I have this ad, I want to filter out the data. So for 2018, 2021, I can have the numbers or the data available. So that is called as your, basically that what we call as a slicer for that case. So let's say if I want to add a new slicer in this case, let me make this a bit small. And let's bring one of a chart over here. And let's say I'll create a chart on the order date month. For the product price. Sure. And let's say I'll also want to show the profit. So here it shows me two lines about the profit and also about the product price. So this one is product price. So let's format it. Let's have the color of the y-axis as this. And this one should have so let it remain as black only. We'll color we'll change the color of the lines basically. Okay. If you want to show the legends, you can show it in the top center. So they're at the center, or maybe top left, like this. That you can have like this markers. I need to change it. Then if you want to have a title on it, so you can write products. Okay, I don't want the title on this one, so let it be. And then if you want to have a grid lines, if you can, otherwise you can just remove them. So I don't want to see the grid lines, so I'm not showing that. If you're on the data labels, it will look like this. Then you have some options wherein data labels. Okay. Okay. So then you can come to the properties. You can have some title and you can change the title. Product price versus profit. That can be bold and centered. Then if you want to have some effects, you can go to the background color and apply some background colors over here. This, then visual borders. this. You can draw whatever. Have some padding, you can do the padding. Then the effects, you can if you want to have a tooltip, you can give it. Otherwise, you can just stop that tooltip. So I want to get that. I'll give it. I don't want any header icon, so I'm not giving that. I want the background color to be gray. So there are some tooltip options that you have. If you want to alt some text, you can do that. For the visuals, basically, the color should be change. It's not changing for basically I don't want to change for the visuals. So for the visuals, I want to basically change the colors of these lines. So if I want to do that, you can go to lines and basically you can say if you want a solid line or something, here you get those colors. From here, maybe I would put this as a red and this would be somewhat like this. Yeah. So that's how probably I changed the color to this. And this is how your, let's say, the graph looks like. Now, when I am working on this graph, so right now I have these months and all. So now I'm going to bring a slicer over here. So this is the option of a slicer. I bring a small slicer which will act as a filter for this basic data set. And I'll basically put the month over here. You have different months of data. Now, in the slices also, you can have the settings. Like you can have a drop-down option, which can be like a filter for you. Then you can have multi-select. You can have the option of select all. So you can do that. Then you can in fact change the slicer header as month filter. You can make it bold. Yeah. So if I want the border of this, I can do that. I'm not expecting for the borders of this. So let's leave that. Yeah, I can make a border of, sorry. So I can check for the values. I can change the formatting to Arial probably like this. And if the border I want, if you want anything like this borders, you can show or else you can leave it. Then if you want to have a background color, you can have a background color as well. And instead of having the slicer header, if I want a general title to be shown, which I can set like a month filter. It can be bold, it can be in the center. something of that sort. And then I can have a effect. I can have some visual borders as well set up for this. So kind of like this. Now this is a kind of slicer that I have created property. Okay. Now let's suppose if I want to keep the slicer, or maybe let's make the like make this with a border. Okay. Let's have the uh where's it? Yeah, visual border. Let's make it as a bit grayer. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So kind of like this. Now, let's say I want to filter this up. I want to filter this in a way that it's act like a filter for this complete data, like this month. Or maybe I'll keep it as a slicer over here and it acts as a filter. So how would I going to do that? How would I do that is I'll just select this and I'll just select like March. So see, for the month of March, I'll have this. For month of April, I can see like this. So if you select all, you can have all of them. And if you select just for February and then for March and then April, so see, you can see some lines for 3 months. Now let's suppose if I would have not selected a month filter, rather than I would have selected an year filter. Like rather than using the value of month, I would have selected year. And I would remove the month. I would just take the year from here. So let's see, according to 2018, the data changed. Now, let's suppose I click for 2018 and 2019 to see. This is how the data works and this is how the data shows. So this is a way where your filter works in a exclusive manner. Now here, if you say filter or visual, let's say this, I would say this should only be applied to this one. Now, if I go to this, which is also changing, I would say only this one should be applied to this. So this is how your filter changes. Then this is called as focus mode. So if you focus on it, you will able to see that what's the filter and what you have created. Basically, it's focusing on your data set, like whatever the thing you have created or basically the chart, it will majorly focus on that chart itself. So that's what is called as focus mode. Then you have more options over here, which says like spotlight, the sort axis. You can sort from like descending to ascending or maybe any of that sort. Then you can show as a table. So then you can just make this data in a form of a table and can show it. Like if you want to show this, I can say show as a table. So respective of the chart, it will give you the table view as well. So you can see like that way as well. Then if you want to have a spotlight, the spotlight means only the basic chart on which you have actually focused, that will be in your spotlight. Spotlight means the basic chart for which you have clicked on becomes a spotlight for you and the others will get hidden up. So that's called as a spotlight. Similarly, you want to sort the axis, you want to remove anything, you want to export the data out of it. So you can do all that stuff. You can export the data also from there. Product versus profit. If you want to export this data set, you can export it out from here. So these are all the options are available when you are adding a slicer or maybe you are creating charts in the tab in your Power BI and how you are adding these. So these are some of the things that we create in Power BI. Then we have an option of sorting. So I told you that we can have a sort. Like we can sort them based on months and all. So if you see over here option, you can sort based on the month like this way. Like on the basis of the month, I sorted it from descending to ascending like this way, or you can sort it up based on the sum of sales. Then it will show that from June the sum of sales were low and it hiked up in the month of May. Like this way, it can sort the data up. Then there is something which is called as interactions. Interactions are basically based on the selections of the data set or the data you teach for. For example, based on this, if my data changes. So, what is basically interaction? Like the way we can see over here, or let's say I select and select all. So, if you see, like I select for this one, probably I select this one. So, see, the data changes, kind of data changes over here. So, this is called as interaction. That whenever I select for any month, see, whenever I select for 2020, it just changes the data. So this is called as interaction, that both the datas have an interaction with one another, or both the charts have some interaction. So as soon as I click on any of them, it changes the data for other one as well. So as soon as I check on this one, or probably I check on this one, see, data gets changed. See, there is some frequency of change over there. So that's how it changed. Or in fact, in that case, if I would have a change on the filter also, let's say for 2021, so see, the change really happens for this chart also and this chart also. So that is what is called as your interaction in your Power BI. So this is how we interact with Power BI and we work with Power BI in all these cases and all these times. So these are how interactions and all these things happens, and this all works. Okay. So that's one thing on the Power BI front. Then let's move back. So that's what we have a building blocks in Power BI. Now see Power BI charts. So I told you that we have different charts like I showed you. Like we can create different charts in Power BI. So if let's say I created one line chart, I created one bar chart, or maybe let's suppose I want to create another chart wherein I want to, let's say, create a funnel chart over here. So basically on the categories. So if I would talk about the category, so that can be my, like whatever the categories I want to pick for. Let's say I want to pick for product SEQs, and what the value I want to show here is profit margin. So it's a type of a funnel chart that's going to be shown over to you, that okay, based on the profit margin or something, a funnel chart is created. Or maybe if not the product SEQ, like if I remove the product SEQ from here, so maybe it will show me just the sum of the margin. And if let's suppose from here I probably take the column of maybe order ID, then also in that case that will change. Now from here I can have some quick measures or show item with no data or something of that sort, like whichever data is not there. There are many values which have no data and anything of that sort. So I can show them up, or maybe just sum of sales, or maybe order quantity, or on the basis of order quantity also you can show your data. So categories can be anything. They can be any part, anything, any quantity, or just a single line of the data set. That's it. Okay. So this is how we basically connect with our funnel chart or any of the charts. So basically the combination of the charts forms a dashboard in Power BI. So this is how we create a chart and we format the visuals like the way I told you. These are all called as Power BI charts. Now, there is something which is called as data map model. What is a data map model? Data map model comes in the model view. So let's say right now I just have this one table. Let's say I want to get one another table. Okay, so I'll go to this section of report view. I'll click on get data. I'll bring an Excel workbook. Let's say I bring the workbook of products. So it takes some time to load. Now I can click on the sheet over here. So here you see that my column header starts from row first, and it is not actually in a proper way. So what I'll do, I can go to the transform data. Transform data basically open up your Power Query editor. Power Query editor is nothing, but whenever you want to clean up your data or you want to make your data more appropriate, like the way I told you that my column headers are there in the first row. So I want to make them appropriate so that I have the column headers and my data is all set in a proper format. Okay, so in that cases or in these situations, what I do, I basically go ahead with the Power Query editor. So Power Query editor is nothing but the Power Query editor is something which helps you to clean up your data in the proper format, the way you want to clean up your data. Though this is the way where it helps you to clean up your data and give you in a proper format. So here I can see that like use first row as a header. So I can go and say use first row as a header. So see, it is changed. Now my headers are perfectly fine. Now from here, I can see if I want to change the data type of any of these columns, or maybe I can check some information like how many counts are there of the column, how many errors are there, how many distinct values are there, how many unique values are there. I can check all these descriptions and everything of a data set. Or in fact, in that case, if I want to like change any data type of any column or anything of that sort, I can do that. So I think that my data is fine for now. So what I'll do, I'll go to this of close and apply. I'll click on close and apply. Now it will take some time to apply the changes. So that is done automatically in Power BI. You don't have to bother about that. It will automatically done in Power BI. So it's just taking few seconds to like download that and like applying the changes and can go. And if you think that it's taking a lot of time, so you can click on the supply changes and becomes the connection becomes a more faster. So it takes some time to load, to refresh, and all these things takes a few seconds to do it. So that's how it is going to going on. Okay. So see, it is loading the data. So here, my data is being loaded. So you can see over here, a new data table has also been come up, which is like this. Okay, now let's suppose I go to my model view. So if you remember the topic where we are doing a data model map. Data model map is nothing but a type of a relationship that we want to create between the tables so that by linking the two tables together, we can actually create some visuals out of them. Basically, if there are two tables and we can link those tables together based on any common column or the values in the common column, then that would be a linkage. And based on those two or three tables, we can basically show some visuals as a combination visuals we can see. So what we need to do is that we need to first go to the model view. So here you see that these are the two tables now I have done, and automatically they will create a relationship between each of them. So if I click on this, I'll double click on this, I'll able to see that on what columns they have actually connected themselves or what is the common column on which they have actually made a connection. Or if you want to see those connections or anything, you simply go to manage relationship. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, you can go to manage relationships. So let me close it and open again. You can simply go to manage relationship, and here you can see what is the relationship in. So here it auto detects. So by default in Power BI, it auto detects that what is the relationship between the two data sets. Basically, it auto detects. But if you want to create a new one, you can click on the new and you can create your connections or any relationship between the data. So from here, you can select the tables, and based on that, you can create the cardinal relationship, that is one to one, many to many, or many to one. Or if you want to edit the existing one, you can just click on that and you can click on the edit one. So here already the connections are saved. So you can see product SAQ is connected with product SAQ, and it is many to one relationship. And when you're filtering it, it is a cross filter direction. That is a single direction filter. So basically, what's a cross filter direction that is there in your Power BI is, so your cross filter detection. The cross filter direction in Power BI is nothing but it has a single arrowhead that represents a single direction filter that represents in Power BI. Basically, what happens as a cross filter direction table is that, so when you have many to many and current supported model in which your one key is corrected to another key, that means in that case a single cross filter means a single direction. Okay, single direction, like in a single direction only you can have a filter. So basically you can have the orders filter applied to the product filter, but not the product filters applied, like the product data applied to the orders table. That's what is mean by a single direction filter. And both means a relationship in both the directions is commonly described as a both or a bidirectional filter. For example, if you take the data, if you apply anything from a filter from a product table also, that will also be applicable. And if you apply anything from an orders table also, that will also be applicable. So for one to many relationship, cross filter direction is always one sided. Okay. And optionally for many, from the many, it is bidirectional. So one to many relationship always have a cross filter direction for both tables. Lastly, for many to many relationship, the cross filter direction can be on both the tables or on the single table. So whenever we set it up to both, let's say another property becomes available, which is called as bidirectional filter, when Power BI enforces a row level security rules, where Power BI can enforce a row level security rules. So if you click on both, see, apply security filter in both directions. So you can have a row level securities for like row level securities in Power BI desktop, where you can modify the relationship and all these terms. Now, what is a row level security? Is it basically restricting the access of the user? So basically, a row level security is something where you are restricting the users list, that what all users can actually view your data set and what all users can't view the data set. So if you go to this single one, we by default create that and we click on OK. And we just close it. So this is a basic relationship. Now, what this relationship helps you in? Like as I've connected these two tables and like this is working on, like this is done. So when you go to the report view, now let's suppose I have created this. I was creating this funnel table. So let's say on the basis of the product category, I want to create a funnel. So see, the funnel has been created. Now, why this has been created? So you can see based on the hoodie, sweatshirt and everything, your charts have been created. Like I can see the sum of profit based on my product category. Product category is coming from my product table and the profit is coming from my orders table. So this is how we can see about the, like we have connected the two tables together, and based on that, we can actually make this. In fact, we can now have the tooltip of first product on site. So whenever you hover over it, you will see that the product category is hoodie and sweatshirt. Sum of profit is 1,231. Percent of first is 100%, and the first product size is L. So it's a product large. You can, if you want, you can show the count also, like this one. Okay, this is how you show the funnel chart or any of the chart in that case, any of it. Like if you want to have a KPI chart also, that will also work in any case. So basically, my main motive is that whenever we are working with a data model or any of that model in that case, so the basic concept comes in of data model mapping is to combine both of the tables at an additional levels. Now, if you remember that whenever we are doing this, and we are going to manage relationship, so we can have a manage roles as well. You can create some roles. For example, you can create a new roles on order table. Let's say you can add filters based on order ID, month and all, or you can delete that role as well. So this is something which is like a role you create. So it is on the table expression. Then you can create an option of view as. So view as roles as none and other users. So whatever the other users want to apply to the roles, you can just provide them that relationship and they can like see for that and they can have a look on it basically. So whomsoever you will be providing the access to view that dashboard, basically they will able to see. That's what it means by managing the role. So everything comes under the managed relationship. Whenever you have two data sets and you are creating a connection between two data sets, based on that, it will always have a connection made up on that set. Okay. So that's called as a data model map. Now, there is something which is called as a Power BI KPI. What is a Power BI KPI? So if you remember, I told you there is a like a chart which we can create for a Power BI KPI. Let me use this one. So there is something which is called as a Power BI KPI where you can create some KPIs of the data set. So how you can do that? Let's say I want to add some value. Let me add a value of maybe the not profit margin, but probably order quantity. And here the trend axis should be based on my quarters. And my target should be the sales amount. So yeah, this is how you can make it. Or probably not the sales amount, then basically my product name. So yeah, this is how you basically create your KPIs. So KPIs are nothing but on the basis of any details or anything, or maybe at a more granular level, if I don't want to click for month and I want to click for the days, then it's something up like that. So here you can see the KPIs, which is 4016 as a KPI, which is the order quantity and count of product by day. So basically you are getting the sum of order quantity and the count of product by name. And if you want, you can change this to maybe an average as well. So that will be 26.08. So that's a KPI. KPI basically is a key performance indicator that how your product is working or how your data is looking up, how the financial data look up and how everything is done. So there is one thing which is called as KPI, which is there. And this is the functionality of the KPI, which is there. This is called as a KPI, which we have. Okay. So that's the key performance indicator that we can show. Okay. Now let's suppose I want to have a dual KPI. Okay. For a dual KPI, what I can do is that I can just go to the Power Apps for Power BI. and I can just have some. So let's not take it as Power Apps of Power BI and basically make it as a KPI. And let's say I want to get some more visuals, like get more visuals. So I want to have a dual KPI. So basically I need to first enter an email address only, then I'll able to consider. So by entering my email address and everything, I'll able to have a dual API. So from this get more visuals, you can get basically the APIs that you want. So major APIs or anything, or maybe some more APIs or any of that stuff, you can get it from here. So from here, you can basically get the dual APIs and dual KPIs if you want to have. Now, what is a KPI? KPI is nothing but a measurable value which shows the best ways for organizations to achieve their essential goals of business with efficiency. Okay. KPI is something which is called as a key performance indicator. Key performance indicator means like how how the organization is performing, in what way it is performing, and in what goals they are achieving. What are the essential goals of business with efficiency, with all the effective business market and all of that stuff. So that is what is called as a KPI, but in a form of a measurable values and all of that. So this is how the organization achieve their essential goals of business with their efficiency. Okay. So that's what we mention it as a KPI. Okay. So that's what we say as a KPI. KPI helps the organization to have a look for the performance and all of that. Okay. So if we talk about like performance, then performance are basically for the like for each and every like work and everything, you basically have the KPIs and essential goals of the business that comes into picture, and based on those pictures and those essential elements, they basically work. So that's how it works on the essentials of the elements and everything. So that's how we work with it, and that's how we basically make them work and look for it. So this is how we talk about the essentials of KPIs and essentials of works and everything in that. Okay. Now, when you use a KPI, so we use a KPI for a progress measurement and to answer the question. When are we going to use a KPI? We never always use a KPI. So whenever, let's say I made this KPI, so when I'm going to use it, when I want to say that, okay, when I was seeing the average orders per day, based on the product name, I can see that the count is getting decreased. So as it is red, that means my count is getting decreased. So my average order quantity count based on my product name is less. So that's on a negative front. So if you will just show it as a table, so you will see that the numbers are going in the negative front. So see, these are the like average counts are not good. As for the product counts, as of the product names, the average order quantity is not in a good. It's very less. The sum is profitable, but average of it is not good. So basically, my average order quantity is not showing that much good. So that's what I did. I actually answered a question. I have given an answer to a question that where I am in front or behind. I'm in a positive scale. So whenever it shows as green, that means you're in a positive side. And whenever it shows as red, that means you're in a negative scale. So that means on a profit of sum, on a sum, the profit is going good. But as we count for an average, so average sales is not that good, as we say. Like average in an average sales, it's not going so good. Now we can also use KPIs for distance measures for companies. Okay, like if you want to measure the distance of the companies or maybe the business objective, and we want to answer the questions like how much distance is there behind or ahead. So like if you're comparing the sales of the two companies or the data of the two companies. So in that case, we basically go ahead and we discuss that, okay, based on those business objectives, how much the distance is there behind or ahead, or how much the work is there or something of that sort. So that's something which is there in the KPI and by which we actually go ahead and use those KPIs for. Now, the question comes in why the requirement of KPI is there in picture. So the requirement is there because KPIs are basically based on some particular measures. Like the measure is that the intention of these KPIs to help in present a value evaluation, or to define the target matrix or something of that sort. So basically, whenever you want to present a value, so in this case, basically, I am presenting a value that my sum of quantity is good, but my average quantity is not that good. So if I want to show a dual KPI, let's say one and another. So see, in that term, if I want to see, so I can see that on the basis of sum, it's doing good, but on the basis of average, it's not doing that pretty good. So that's how we can actually represent that KPIs as one under the other, or maybe something of that sort, and we can just rely on that. Okay, these are something which are like the dual KPIs that what we are showing on, and we are fronting for that. Okay, as a positive scale, I can see that the goal is very high on the orders quantity when I'm summing for an order quantity. So the total of the order quantity is doing pretty good. But when I talk about the average of the quantity, it's like pretty bad and pretty low on that front. So that's what we are addressing at the whole. So that's what we say, that what is the intention or what is the requirement for in KPI is the main intention of KPI is to help us present the value evaluation and the defined target metric. So whatever the defined target metric will be there, based on that, you can just define the valuation, you can define your targets, you can have a base measures which are essential for the visuals of the KPIs that will help you in the evaluation, which will help you in the evaluation. So from these numbers, I can basically evaluate that sum and averages have a difference and what are going in the profit and everything. Then if we can have a target measure. So if you see, here is a goal which is 1210. So according to this, there is a we can see there's a goal measure, and that goal measure is being achieved over when I'm talking about the sum or measure of this. But when I talk about like in that case, then I'm talking about the average of it, then the goal measure is not met and it is like less, it is basically in the negatives. So that's why the goal measure is not met over here. So that's is a target measure that we have, and a target measurement. So target measurement is this one, which is negative and positive scales. That's how it works with the visuals and everything of that sort. Then a data set requires maintaining the goal values for KPI. So basically, your data set requires a maintenance and a goal value for the KPI and everything of that sort. In case where there is no goal value with your database, then we can design them by combining an Excel sheet with a model of the data, and then we can basically build a KPI. So like in this case, we did that. We had two tables. We imported two tables. One was for the orders and one was for the product. And based on that, we actually did those things, that we combine the product name, we combine the sum and the average of the orders, and based on the days, we saw if the based on the product name, if the sum and the average doing a profit or a loss. So that's what we saw over here, and in this sense of maintenance, we did it. Okay, so that's how we work with this section of the profit and KPI. So that's what we say, that we have combined two data set and then we are mentioning for the KPIs and everything of that sort. So these are sort of KPI visualizations, scorecard, meter cards you can create. Not only like these type of visualizations you can create for KPI, but also we have like this gauge which we can create. So if you want to show for a gauge, you can show for a gauge as well on that number front. Or maybe if you want to change it to something different. So let's say if I probably bring a gauge over here, and on that front, I want to see like based on my let's say on the year, or maybe on the value of the sales, what is my profit that I'm getting, or maybe not the profit but cost of goods, and profit, and there should be a target value. So that should be on the basis of the product category. That's how it shows. This is also a kind of like your sales amount, or maybe I can say that, okay, this is also a type of a KPI that you show over here. So that's also a sort of KPI that you basically show, where you are showing the average, or basically you are showing the average months of KPIs or anything of that sort. So that's a sort of a KPI visualization where you can have KPIs, you can have scorecards, you can have goal meters, you can have normal cards also. So anything, like any which ways you want to present it, you can present that out. So this is like an overall dashboard which we have, wherein you can see like overall performance. You have some filters available, then you have some gross sales, sales, discounts, units, revenue, profit. Then you have some discounts by product. You can select any product, and you can, based on that, you can see the sales, then units sold by the segment, profits by the product. Then you have your year to year view, month over month view, and quarter over quarter view. So you can have those views as well. As you select, it will change. Then there is revenue versus sales by month. Then you have, this is a summary table, this is a segment table. Sorry, this is a region table. So you can reset it again to the normal one. So this is a combination of Power BI dashboard. So whatever we are creating over here, like we created some KPIs, we created a funnel chart for the sum and profit of margin. So this acts as a, this act basically as nothing, but this act as your dashboard. So you can make it as a dashboard, and you can create it, and you can make it in a form of a visual to the people that, okay, this is my particular dashboard that I have come across and I have created it. Okay. So this is how we actually work with the dashboards in the Power BI, and we create it. Now, there is a difference between a report and a Power BI dashboard. Now, what's the difference between a report and a Power BI dashboard? There's a huge difference. Power BI dashboards, now this is called as a dashboard. But if I, let's suppose, want to export it as a Power BI template, it's fine. Let's suppose I want to export it as a PDF. So see, this is a type of a PDF that is being generated. This is a PDF that is automatically created out of your data set. Now, let's suppose if I go to the Power BI and I say I want to import a Power BI visual from App Store, or maybe from a Power BI template or something of that sort. So I don't have basically a template, which is a PBIT file. Okay, so I have a Power BI. So this will help me to import custom visuals. Now there is a big difference between a report, a Power BI report, and a Power BI dashboard. So the charts, you can't be used together. The thing is that in a Power BI report, you can't use the charts together. The charts will be separated, segregated differently. Whereas in a dashboard, you can use the charts together. So that's the difference between a report and a dashboard. So that's why when we create reports in Excel, so like the way you saw PDF over here, so you can see that like these things, like these charts are not combined in a way, because I have removed a filter, but I can't use these filters and everything. So that's why I can't use anything over here. I can't change anything. But in case of a dashboard or in case of this Power BI dashboard, if I change to anything, it basically changes my data or basically changes anything in the data set. Like see, based on that, my sales numbers change, or based on this, my numbers change accordingly, or data is getting changed. So that's what we see as in when we export or work with Power BI reports or any of these Power BI dashboards or any of these when we work with them. So that's the basic difference, that whenever we are working with a report, we can't combine the charts or make the charts work together. But in a dashboard, we can do those functionalities and we can work on that. Okay. So that's the one thing we can obviously do and we can work on it. Now, I told you about the Power Query Editor, if you remember. So Power Query Editor is something wherein you can just change or clean your data. You can see how many columns are there, how many rows are there, how many of them are working, how many of them are perfectly fine or working in a way or looking good, and all of them. So that's called as a Power Query Editor. Okay, wherein you can rename your columns, you can rename your data set, you can change any column headers, anything of that sort you want. You can have those Power Query editors. Now, how you want, I can explain you with one more data set. Let's say let us bring one more. Let's bring the retailer table over here. I select this table. And in this, now once you upload the table, you go to transform data. That will open up your Power Query editor for you. Now here you can check with the data columns. If your data looks fine or you want to change something, you want to have a look for it, you want to change any data type or anything of that column, you can basically replace it. So if you think you want to like change the data type of it, like here it says as a whole number. So I want to create as a whole number, but I want to keep it maybe as a text. So it's changed the data type. Now here, if I want to change anything, or maybe I can check for the columns. You can see that my data perfectly looks fine. So there's no requirement to change it. Okay. So that's how you edit with the Power Query. So if you want to enter a data, you can basically enter a data if you want. Then if you want to manage, like if you want to create a table and enter it manually, you can do that. And if you think that you don't want to, then you cannot. If you want to split any column, you can obviously split that. Like any column, whichever you think that, okay, I want to split it. So I want to split on based on that, you can split it. If you want to choose a column, you can choose it. Remove a column, you can remove it. Keep the rows, remove the rows. You want to group the two columns, you want to merge a query, you want to append something, have a text analysis or anything of that sort. If you think that, okay, these are all fine and I want to close and apply, so just click on this, close and apply the changes. The changes will get automatically applied to the visual and your data will be loaded. So that takes a few seconds to load, but the data will get loaded depending on also the number of rows that you have in your data set. So based on the number of rows that you have in your data set, based on that, your data will get loaded. So if you see over here, see the retailer's tables has been loaded. Now, if you again go to the model view, you will able to see your data. Now, here a relationship is not created, The region behind this, there is not any single column by which we can connect the data. So if let's say I want to bring this, if I want to see that if there is any relationship between any of the tables, so no, there is no relationship. So that's why there is no relationship that is being created. So this is how your Power Query editor works in a way, wherein you can check for any column, rename anything. So you see over here, this is where you see the data panel, which have all the details. Here you have the table details. Here in the snippet, you have the query settings. So whatever changes you are doing, it will show you that. Here you basically have all the data sets. The data will be shown to you. Here you have the table name and any changes you are applying to the column that will be shown. Maybe on the formula base, maybe on the database, maybe anything of that sort. Here in this, you will be able to see the details of that column. Here you will see how many columns are there, how many rows are there, and the profiling of the data, basically the preview and at what time the preview was downloaded. So these are the 7 things that you see in a Power Query. And basically your Power Query is used for the editing of the for column, for basically cleaning the data. So whenever there's any need to change the data or any cleaning required in the data, then in that case, you are basically going to use this tool, basically Power Query, to query your data set or do some stuff over there. Okay, so that is called as a Power Query editor for us. Now, there is something which is called as a Power BI service dashboards. Okay, Power BI services dashboards are kind of similar to what we create as a Power BI reports. But the Power BI service dashboards are basically for the service builder wherein we used to publish the data. So like this way, if I am adding a slicer over here, or I'm adding a chart wherein I'm adding some slicers like this, okay, and I want to, let's suppose, publish it. So I can click on this publish. You can say, okay, I want to save the changes. And I can do that. So based on that, if you want to enter your email address and you continue with it, you will be able to publish it. Now, Power BI services are basically on the dashboards and everything, wherein you can basically have a changes, have the services and all of the data sets available in a way that you can basically do the changes, work on the every front and all of that stuff. So that is what is Power BI dashboard services. So basically connecting to other databases and majorly having the option to publish your data source so that other people can view it. Because obviously not all will have the access to the Power BI dashboards, but yes, they would have an access to your server links, and based on that, you can basically publish your dashboards over there. So basically that will help you to publish the dashboards and all the services and everything in that sort. So that's how the Power BI dashboard services are there. So basically, these are the access which are granted to you by your organization, and the granted organizations will help you to work with it and will help you to look for it. So basically, that's what your Power BI service dashboards is all about. Now, what are those service introductions that are there in picture? Basically, you connect with any data source, you publish your Power BI reports. You have a Power BI service wherein your data moves from one Power BI gateway to another. So Power BI gateway, I told you, is a secured platform which is used by the organization data, or basically which uses the organization data and which helps you to move the data of the Power BI gateway to a Power BI service access. And from that, you can access your data set and you can work on it. So that's the Power BI service introduction that we have, and a Power BI services. So you connect with the data sources, you connect with your data, and you basically create a Power BI report or a Power BI dashboards according to that services or according to that data. So if let's suppose I want to connect to an SQL server, I'll just click on that. I have to enter the server name. So for that server name, I need to open up my SQL first. Okay, so hi everyone. Let's start today with the next thing in Power BI. That is the text functionality functions in your Power BI. So what are basically your text functions? Whenever you want to replace anything, you want to change anything in the text, maybe you want to add something in the text files, or you want to add a formula, any of that sort, then we use text functions in Power BI. They are also termed as the calculations in the tables. They are also termed as calculations that we do in the tables. So that is in another name. So the calculations differs a lot. There are a lot of calculations that are available in the table. We can do one of replace or anything of that sort, whatever we want to replace for. So let's see one example of a text function in Power BI. Okay, so this is my data. And let's say if I go to this table, so it takes some time to open. And let's say over here, I want to find out what is the, so basically I have an order quantity and I have the sales amount. So based on the order quantity, what can be my total sales amount that I want to find out? So for that reason, how can I do that? I'll click on a new measure, or I'll click on a new column basically, so that it adds as a column to my data. Now it's just creating that column. So I'll just give the name of that as total sales per quantity. That's the name of my column. And that will be your sales into order quantity. I'll multiply that. And I'll just click on enter. So I'll get that amount. So this is my total sales per quantity. Okay. And if you want to categorize it, so this is what I got as a total sales per quantity as my formula. Okay. Now let's suppose I want to change this from a whole number to probably a decimal. I can do that. And then I can add some dollar sign to the currency probably, because I would need a currency. So let's add a dollar sign. Yeah, so that probably works. And you have a lot of currencies over here as well. If you just go to, you have a lot of currency. If you want to put like the Indian currency as well. Yes. So we have rupees also. So I put it as a dollar for now. Okay, that's a currency format. And yeah, so that works. Now let me just bring this and see how we have done those calculations. So let's say on the basis of my product name, I'll bring my total sales. So this is how you get your total sales. And now if I would make it as a form of a chart, I can do that. Or probably a waterfall chart also is fine. So yeah, that's how I can see this. That's so that's how you can probably make your work strong. So this shows like green is that you are increasing. When you will have red, if you move ahead, you have some decrement. So this is the total amount and this is your decrease. Okay. So this is how you can show it. Or maybe if you want to have a line and a column chart, so then that is fine. Or maybe if you want to have this type of a chart, you can have that as well. So any of it, whatever you feel like to make it, you can make that. Okay, so this is how you can show the total numbers, or maybe if you want to keep it in a form of a table also, that's fine. So it shows that for each product, what is the sum of sales per quantity that we have. So these are called as your normal text functions in a Power BI, like the way it is shown in the snippet that you are replacing something, where what you are replacing instead of you are replacing in the IDs. What you are replacing, you are just adding OD to the IDs. So they are numbers and you are adding OD to the IDs. So that's also will be a similar way like we did. Then we have some date functions in Power Query. Okay. So put up about any date, any new date in the column, or maybe I need to have a different formats of the date or anything of that sort. We use some date functions in Power Query. Okay, now how do we do that? Let's have an example. Let's go to the data. So we do have product dates. We have that. Let's check it out. No, don't have any dates in product. Okay, no worries. Let's say in the product column only, I want to put today's date. So let's come to this. I will create a new column over here again. I'll create as current date as a column, and I'll put it as date. As today. Okay. And I'll put as enter. So see, I got today's date. So now whenever your data gets refreshed or anything of that sort, so you would have a alignment over here that, okay, this is one of a section wherein we have the today's date available. So now if you want to change the format, you can change that. Let's put it to probably this one, or not this one. Let's do one thing. Let's change the format of this to, let's take it as date. And okay, so let's do it from here only. And let's make it this date probably. That would be good. Year, month, and date. So that way. Yeah, so that looks nice. And we can do that. So that's our current date. Okay. So that's how we work into date. Now, if you see the product size over here, and if I filter for that, I'll just need to check. Yes. So see, I have L, M, S, XL, XS, right? So like, let's say I want to replace from S to maybe small. If you have XL, then you have large, medium, small, extra large, and extra small. So if I want to make a change in the same column, I can't do that. Basically, I can't create a column. Like I can't make a change in an existing column. So what we can do is that I can create a new column again over here. And I can say product size description. And I can apply a formula that if product size equals to S, then small if product size equals to M, medium, if product size equals to L, then large. If let's expand that so that we can see the column easily. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just pressed the enter. That's why it just worked like this. But no worries. That won't be a problem. We can just again like that. Not an issue. So let's say if product size equal to pretty for large excess, then extra small if product size equal to XL extra large. Else just blank. Okay. So see, now my column has been created. So see, I got it. Extra large, extra small, medium, small. I got it. So this is how you can also put these type of conditions. So these are also a type of conditions that we provide and that we work on. And we work on these. Okay. So these are also some of the formulas that we can provide. So let's say instead of like I want to create a chart on this. Let's bring a normal chart. Probably, let's take up let's take up a table and then we can see if we can convert it to actually. So, okay, let's move it over here. Let's make the size a bit small. Let's do it. Perfect. Now, go to the product. Now, let's say I have product name. I have the product color, or maybe not the product color. Maybe I'll just make it based on product category, and I'll just remove the product name. And I'll just bring the product size and their product descriptions. So see, looks better. Now I'll make it to a line in a stack bar chart. And from here, I'll just probably move the product size to here and description over here. Just kind of look fine on that front. Okay. That's perfect. The product category is hoodie and the size count is this. Now, if you want to mention the size descriptions over here, you can just put them up in the my bad. Column legends like this. You see, it has been divided. Okay. Amazing. So this is how you can represent your charts. Okay. That's how we basically work with it. So let's keep it as a count only rather than moving on to existing count. And on this of product category, the product size. Yeah, that's perfect. I think I should keep it as a count itself. So yes, that looks good. So here you have a product category as hoodie, the product size is small, and the count of product size is 9. Okay. So this is how you can create your charts according with the calculations. So quite simple on that front. Okay. Right. Let's move to the next. Now you have number functions in a Power Query. Now, what are number functions in a Power Query? Number functions is you have any text value or you want to add any numerical value, whatever the data type you want to function for, then you use the number functions in a Power Query. So these are created by adding a table column or a table add-on column or anything of that sort. When you want to add any column or any of the table data, any of the table segments or anything of that sort, so you can add to them. Like table add column, you add this. So basically they will add your record type or the record data type whenever you type an intent. So these are a type of functions that we have. Now, there are some operations wherein you can append the data using a Power Query in the files, appending your files and tables together. How can you append two files together? That's a good thing. Like you are doing a union. Nothing is like appending, but you are basically doing a union of these two sets. Now, how we do that? Let's see an example. So see, I have a sales table. I have this table where I'll show you the data. Let me close this. Yeah, so this is one of a table where I have a sales data of 2019. I have a sales data of 2020. And I also have a sales data for 2019 and 2020. Now let's say I want to append them together. Append means I want to stack the data one under the other. How can I combine them? I'll use a union data for that purpose. Now there is an option to union the tables together. Now, how can you union it? Let me just delete and combine them. Let me delete this from the model. Yes. Let me just show you how we can make it. Okay. So yeah, that's that. Perfect. So let's say I go to this. I say table and I say a new table. Now this time I want to create a new table because I'm going to combine the two data sets together. So obviously I'm going to create a new table. I'll give the table name union or maybe union table 2019 to 2019 and 2020. Okay. Now here you are going to write the formula union, and in the union you are going to give the names of the table. So the first table is sales data 2019, comma sales data 2020, and you're going to close the bracket, put in. See, and the data has been created. So if I show you normally, see, it has like 6 records, and in the 2020 table, it has also 6 records with this data. And this is my combined. So this is how you append your data or you append your table in Power BI. So append and union means the same thing. There's no difference in both of them. Okay. That's the perfectly same thing. Okay. Now, what you can do, you can just go to the report. Here, you can, let's say from this union table, let's say, let me bring a line chart this time. And from here, on the basis of country, I would probably bring the overall profit. Okay, I have only a single name, so not a point. Let's bring ID. Yeah, so see, based on the ID, I have sum of overall profit. Or I can bring the store name as well. And I can probably remove the ID. Okay, so I just have one. So let's make it like this. So see, I have this for the IDs. And if you want to bring it perspective of months, we can do that also. And then if you want to arrange this, we can say sort access by month. So this is how your profit looks like. Okay. So that's how you can union a table, and then after that you can create visuals out of that. So that is also a very good operations that we can do. So see the way I merge the files together. You can either use this way or probably you can use it from a Power Query as well. So there's a formula and there is a way of using it with a Power Query as well. Okay. So how we can do that with a Power Query? Let's open that. go to the Power Query editor. And let's follow the steps that we have. So if you see over here, how they are combining, they are basically taking the statistics and they are combining the data together. So that is, they are merging the files together. How they are doing that? Let's go to that Power Query. So here they are taking this table. I can click on combine files. The merge. And from here, I can take this, 2019. It will do a join. Now, how you want to do a join over here? Like, basically, when we are merging it, so merge is a kind of different situation. Now, when we were doing a union was like we were appending one under the other. But when we are merging the data together, that means we are merging it on the basis of your common column, or whatever the data we have in a column, which is common in both the tables. Based on that, I'm merging. So how can I do that in that sense? So basically, that's a point of join that we apply. So how we do it is we use a join and I'll just take as an inner join, let's say. So I guess this is the matching columns in both the tables. I'll do the inner join. I'll click on OK. Now, if you close and apply, it will take some time to do the changes. So let's see how it works with the changes. So here I merged the data together. So merging the data is not going to append the data one under the other, but basically will show you the data across of it. And this is how you can see for the merging of the data together. Okay, so they are running the query and they are establishing a connection between that. So here in a Power Query, you can run this, you can have inner joins, outer joins. So you can have performing these joins and all of that stuff. You can do that. So that is more feasible. Now, obviously, there's a difference between having a join like that way and there's a difference between merging a data together. So both are pretty different. So yes, you can just use that as a way to see. My query has been merged together. So this is one of my query that is there. Now, if I just go to my report data and I'll just check for the table, that's a merge query that I have. So see, from here, I can just simply do an apply changes and I can see what's the query. Now, this is one of a merge data which I've done. Now, here I can write the queries that my tables are merged. I can write my query and over here, I can work on that. So similarly, if you see along the PPT, they have merged on the basis of that. They have just columns, for examples, and condition columns. These have been expanded. And you can just shape the columns and everything. See, they have also merged the columns on the basis of this common column. And the merge has been done. Similarly, for my case also, I have merged my data. And my data has been imported and I can see those fresh data. Now from here, I can write any query. I can write any data preview. I can do whatever I want from here. Whatever data I want to write for, if I want to write a query, if I want to write anything, any data, I want to add a new column, I can probably do that. So that's a difference between merging and making the query change. Okay. So now let's move to the next. So any conditional columns that you have in which you want to do any conditional formatting, any data modeling, if you want to do in any columns, so you can do it through the Power Query. I think we of that topic in the initial phase, where we can do any changes in the Power Query or any exchange of the data or anything. Like, for example, I'll tell you. For example, if you remember in the product column, we created using a product size description. If, let's suppose, I want to create this by using, like I want to change it, like let's say in the same column, I want to make the changes for this one, for my product data. So let's say I'll use a blank query. Let it open. Let's say I'm not creating a new query this time. I'm going to my initial table. This table has been opened. So if I click on this, sure. Let me just bring it down so that you guys see my screen properly. Yeah, let me put this down. Yeah. Now, let's say here, I can see S, L, all of these stuff. Okay. So now, if I want to, let's say, replace this with something of that sort, like S with anything. So what I can do is that I can just go to replace values. So see, it's just will see find value. So you have an advanced option over here as well. You can say match entire cell content. And I can say, let's say S2 maybe small. See, it has been changed. Similarly, if I want to say L2 large, that's replaced. M2 medium, and access to extra small. Always remember to click this match entire cell contents. Otherwise, what will happen? It will do just a change for a single entry. So that's what you don't want. You want to have a replacement for all of them. Then XL. And always remember the way it is being mentioned in the column name. If it is like in capital, you have to be write in capital. If it is smaller, you have to be in the smaller. So Power BI is very case sensitive in that case whenever you write a formula or anything of that sort. So you have to be very careful on that part, specifically when you are writing an if condition or you are writing a replace or anything of that sort. Be very specific. It's not about Power BI, but other tools also does the same thing. But yes, Power BI is case sensitive for sure. Okay. So this is how you make the changes. Now, if you say close and apply, so now you will see the changes are getting applied. Okay. So see, now this time I made the changes in my existing column. So these changes are getting applied. So you have to wait for a few seconds, because it takes some time to upload and to work for it. So yeah, that is done. So yes, now we got this. We can go to this section and we can go to a product table basically. See, my changes have been done. So I told you two methods. Either you can use a formula, you can write a formula and do it, or you can go ahead with the Power Query. Any of them is better for you. Like what happens with it, if you are replacing anything, the only advantage of using a formula rather than using a Power Query will be, so basically the Power Query applies only for that particular table at that point of time. So whatever replacement you have done will remain in until that table is there. If let's say there is a refresh data or the data get refreshed in any which ways, that Power Query doesn't remain. But if you have written a formula for that, let's say after 2-3 days, your data get refreshed and you get more data. So that time in the same column, as you have changed S to small, M to medium, like that way, but you will able to see the product size whenever a new data comes in. You'll able to see it as soon as it get refreshed. You will see the column as S, M, XL, like it was previously there. But now if you have added a formula and created a new column on that base, so then in that case, it will not be that scenario. So whatever formula you have applied, that if S is there, then it should be small. So that description would represent. So that's the only advantage of using a formula tool rather than using a Power Query editor, because Power Query editor remains for few, like for that particular file and for that instance, but your formula remains for a longer period of time. That's the only difference that we have, and that's a very good advantage as well, because that makes your report more dynamic as compared to this one, because herein you are going manually and doing the changes, but herein once you are written with the formula, you are done and dusted for that purpose, and then you can go ahead and work with it. So that is one of a major advantage of having this formula and doing this work steps and everything. Okay. So I guess that was about the formula creation and Power Query and all of that, wherein we learned about merging, about expanding the columns, about looking, and also shaping and combining the data. So we did that, right? Now, before coming to the DAX query, like what is the DAX query and what is all of that, before coming to that, let's just see few more power snippets of some data sets. So let's have some information on the theta modeling size, or maybe the calculated measure that is more important, like sum of per unit profit, like this way. So we have an option to calculate the measure, or we have an option to create a calculated measure in the table. Okay. So if I take you to the data, and I just take you to that table, per unit profit. So see, that's a measure which I have created, and that's a measure which is created by minusing the product price to the product goods. So that was a measure that we created over here. Per unit profit. That's a measure that you created. Okay. So see, this is a sign of a measure. If let's say you go to table tools, so see, you have a new measure, you have a new column. So this is your new measure. Whenever you create a new measure, that's a DAX function that you write. Per unit profit is something wherein you write the DAX function. And whenever you create a new column, that is also a column created in the data. So everything that comes on is something where you created a calculated measure. So here you created a calculated measure. wherein we are seeing all this, sum of cost of goods, sum of unit per profit. So when you open this per unit cost, see, you can see summarize. So this is something which was a measure that was created across. So measure will always have a like this sort of a sign and all of that. In product table also, this is a sort of a measure that I've created. So they will have a different sign altogether. So how we create the measure? The same way. Like we write a formula per unit profit. So I write order price minus. So from order table, I deducted the order price minus order product good. That is per unit profit that I got for that particular table. So that's called a new measure. So whenever you create a new measure, you click on this one and a new measure gets created. So it takes few seconds to open. So you have to be very patient with Power BI when you are dealing with it. Because yeah, it takes some time to open it and to work with it. So yes, in that case, you have to wait. See, that's a measure. You can give the name of the measure and you can start writing your measure, whatever you want. And the measure will be created. And if you don't want, let's say by default it has been created, you can just simply cancel it and it will just close that measure for you. So no measures will be created. So that's how. The same way we are creating the calculations for a new column, we are creating the calculations for measures. Now, measure is something which is added up into a data set, a calculation that we create. So what's the difference of using a measure rather than using a column? The use of measure is that it will not make your data a bit heavy because in new column, the column gets created. A new column gets created every time in your data set. So if you're creating a new measure, so that is completely dependent on the columns by which you have created. Okay, so that doesn't export out in the form of as a part of your data, but it's just a calculation that you have created and it will exist on your table. So as soon as those columns will be changed or as per the changes have been done, your measure get updated. Although the same thing happens for a new column as well. Obviously, whenever a new data comes in and you want to refresh for a new column, the same thing will happen for a new column. The only difference is that creating a new column makes your data a bit heavy because whenever you export your data set or something of that sort, so there's always the increase of the columns is there. Whereas measure doesn't increase the number of the columns that you have. It's just is a measure that exists in a data as a form of a new entry. That's all. But it doesn't add up as your data set or it doesn't make your data a bit bulky or heavy in that case. So that's the major difference that we have over here and we work with that. So yes, that is about your the major difference between creating a measure or column, but there is no major effect of that. It's just up to you if you want to create a new measure or you want to create a column or anything of that sort. But it is always advisable that whenever you are working with the tables or you are showing as a pivot table or a table of that sort, so in that case, it is always advisable rather than creating a column, always use a measure or because in that case your sum will be coming accurate. So the total that is shown up, sometimes that total in the table at the end, the grand total doesn't show correctly. So for that reason, if you are using a measure and then taking those values in the pivot table, then the grand total will be shown correctly in that case. So that's one thing, probably that is something which you can remember. But otherwise, for the calculation purpose, either you create a new column, you create a measure, really doesn't matter. Both of them will work in the same way and will function in the same way. So completely your choice or completely your call at what you want to make for. Either you want to make a measure or you want to create a column, completely up to you, whatever you want to do for that. Okay. So that is about the data modeling and that is about how to create measures and everything in your data set. Okay, so let's move to the next. So you have an option to create calculated tables. There's an option to create a calculated table. So if you remember, we created a table as well, wherein we created a union table, right? And I showed you that. So this is nothing but a sum of total sales per quantity that I created. I created a calculated table on that side. So wherein I created a table from there and I basically done that data. Okay. So that's how we work with the data and details and everything of that sort. Got it? Okay. Now let's move to the next thing, which is your Power BI tags. Let me move this up. Just give me a second. Let me just move it up and expand this. Perfect. Now coming on to the option of DAX. So what is a DAX in Power BI? Okay, what do you understand by the DAX in Power BI? What's the full form of DAX? DAX is nothing, but it is said as data analysis expression. So it's nothing. It's a programming language basically that is used throughout the Microsoft Power BI for creating any calculated columns. Okay, now we have learned about that. Okay, we saw that we have columns, new columns from where we can do calculations. Then we have new measures, we can do the calculations. That's true. You can do that. So these are something which are related to like DAX functions. So they are nothing, but they are the data analytics expression only, where we bring or we create calculated columns, we create calculated measures. So these calculated columns, creation of calculated measures, and a custom table is all a collection of a function. So it is all collectively called as a DAX function. Whether you are creating a calculated table, calculation of measures, you are creating a calculated table, you are unioning two tables together, you are creating any calculations in the table or anything of that sort, everything comes under the section of DAX, which is called as data analysis expressions. Now, these can be used in formula or expression to calculate and return one or more values. If you want to return one value, if you want to return more than one value, so you can use that. Okay, you can use DAX to solve a number of calculation and data analysis problem, which helps you to create new information from the data which is already available in the model. So whatever the informations you have in the data, you want to produce for it, you want to work for that, then on that basis, you can basically produce that results and you can get your output away. So like the way we did for calculations of creating profit per unit or sales per unit, like that way we can do all of that. So these are all called as the DAX calculation. In a small form, it is called as DAX calculation, but in a larger form, the full form is data analytical expressions. Okay. So what is the help of this DAX calculation? So basically, your DAX calculation will help you to build quick measures, will help you to create some calculated columns. So this DAX help you to build your measures very quickly. Okay, whatever measures you want to create, whatever like data you want to create for, so they help you very quickly with all of that, with time intelligence measures and everything. So this is pretty helpful in that. Now, there are two types of DAX functions, and in fact, there are many DAX functions that are basically available. Okay, DAX functions have many basic values, and a lot of DAX functions are there. Like for example, what now the thing is that how your Excel functions and DAX functions are probably different. That's the question which comes up. So DAX functions are there, like you have Excel function and you have DAX functions. So DAX functions are there for certain difference too, because what happens, DAX is a lookup function that are similar to the array and vector lookup functions that we have in Excel. Okay, now what are the difference that we have for a DAX function, and why not we have the DAX function in Excel. What's the difference of DAX function is different from the usual Excel functions. So DAX functions have been modified in a way that it might return a different data type. Okay, it might happen that it might return a different data type. Hence, you need to understand the usage of this function separately. Next is you cannot use a DAX function or a DAX formula in any of the Excel functions without any modifications or any of the things. Then Excel functions always take a cell reference, which is not there. Whereas DAX functions never takes a cell reference. It will always take instead it takes a column or a table reference. So you have always seen whenever we were applying like the DAX functions over here, let me show you. So if you see on this report view, the data view basically, that in this, like I created a column of product size description. If you see this formula, it's always take the column name or anything of that sort. In fact, in this one also, takes the name of the sheet and then created your formula. So orders is the name of the table or the sheet. So it always take the reference of your sheet or the table rather than taking the column reference. That's the most important thing that you have, and that's the most important reason. Now then, Excel date and time functions return an integer that represent a date or a serial number. Whereas whenever you are using any of the DAX function, that returns a date time data type, right? Like if you are using any functions, for example, let's say when we created this current date, where it went? When I created this column of current date and when I return this, so when I use this column of current date and I want to return a date from it, so if you have seen, then that returned me as a format of a date and it didn't return me into a number. But that doesn't happen in Excel. In Excel, whenever you are trying to get a date formula, it will return you in the form of a text or anything. Okay, then there are no functions in Excel which can actually work with a table. Only you have array functions, but also in array there are a lot of limitations. That's why we can't work with the table functions completely. But in DAX, as we have the reference to the table itself, so obviously it's pretty easy for us to actually work with the DAX function in a lot easier way and in a lot better way in that sense. Okay, so we can easily work with those functions and we can easily refer to that tables, columns, perform the calculations, return tables, return all the calculations of the tables, performs the calculations, and all of this ability we can do very easily in that case. Okay, then DAX lookup functions requires a relationship which is established. So if you are using a DAX lookup functions, that requires a relationship which is already established. So you don't have to establish those relationships basically. Those relationships are already established. So whenever I created any formula over here and when I was representing that in any of the report, let's say in this case, when I was representing it, or probably in this section, when I tried to represent it, wherein I took a product name from the product table, whereas I took the total sales per quantity from a different table altogether. So if you see in that case, see, I have taken from two different tables. The columns have been taken up from two different tables. So that created the relationship automatically, which doesn't happen for the case of Excel. When we have to do it, we have to create a relationship first, then only we can actually plot the graphs against it or plot any of the visuals against it. Okay. Now, what are the types of DAX functions that we have? So there are a variety of DAX functions that we have in place. So let's go through them. See, There are some DAX functions that are available in the place. So there is a text DAX function, there is aggregate DAX function, you have minimum, date, filter, related, maximum, counting, all, calendar. Text DAX function is basically for the text values, like whenever you want to convert anything from a text value to a string value, or from a string to a text, or anything or vice versa, then we use a text value. Aggregates are basically whenever you want to have by the group by, or maybe with the aggregated functions or a table value. So basically aggregated functions are expressions over one row of a table that's are useful. So that is called as your aggregations that you explain to it. Okay. Then we have the minimum. So if you want to find anything minimum from the table, then we have dates. So if you want to have the dates, if you want to filter anything. So basically in the data, let's say I want to filter for a condition and then I want to apply a formula, then I can use a DAX filter condition for that. Then related. So related is something which is related to the information or any of the sections or anything like naming conventions or anything related to a column, or maybe in a specific table if I want to relate to a specific entry or maybe any specific product. So then I can use a relate. Max obviously for the maximum number of the count of the data set. Then counting, if I want to do any counting of the columns, like for count, average, min, max, I want to do a count, counter, maybe count day, count blanks. For all these stuffs, I use a counting. And all is basically used for all of the data sets that we use. So these are all the DAX functions that we have in our data and how we work with it. Okay. These are called as your DAX functions. Now, DAX functions always have a structure. DAX functions have a naming convention. So you will always have first an expression, then you will have some values, then you will specify for the table, and then the table name, then probably the column name. That is how a DAX function works. So if you see over here, when I started it, I give it a table name. So the expression started as a table. So basically that expression started as a name of the table or name of the column or calculation that you want to do. And after that, it started with whatever the name of the sheet you are having based on that. So the sheet one is my sheet name or my table name basically. And here I give the column name quantity. And then after that, I use the same sheet to get the unit price and I multiplied it by that. So basically, you get your table name, you get the column name of that table, then you give the expression that whatever function or expression you want to use for, then again you get the table name and then the column name against it, and then you get your formulas in it. So there's an order, there's size, there are types, there are checks, there are everything that is there. Okay. So yes, that's about your DAX functions, how we work with the DAX functions, what are the importance of DAX functions, why, where is DAX functions used. So DAX functions are basically used whenever you want to have a custom calculation for any custom column and measure. That is known as a DAX function. So basically that can be used as a formula, that can be used as a language, that can be used as an advantage of it. Now, what's the advantage of a DAX function? That's the most important. So basically, your DAX function can help you manipulate your data dynamically by using a select, join, filter, and many more commands like the way we did for this one. That I wanted to have a sum of total sales per quantity. So I wrote a DAX function. I created a column of measure. I created a calculated column and I just combined that formula and I got my result. So that's a functionality wherein if I want to do anything, I can do it very easily. Similarly, for this case, if I want to have it in a full form, so I can show that in a full form. That's what's the description or what's the product name or how we can show it up or what is that counts or anything of that sort. So that is also one of the very important thing that we can show up in DAX functions. So that's the very important thing that you can manipulate your data. So here I actually manipulated my data in all of the ways so that I can easily get all the data functions, all the data handlings, all the data modelings and any of these stuffs. And I don't in fact face any issues on that. So this is how we created the DAX function so that we can manipulate our data according to our need, wherein there we can have the total sales per quantity if I want to see. If I want to change those abbreviations to, let's say, for the full forms, we can do that. If I want to combine two columns together, then I can do that. In fact, you can make your Power BI more smarter in that case, because once you enter the DAX function, now if your data get refreshed any of the time, anytime, in any way or any which ways, then obviously you don't have to again write those functions. So they are just one time that you write these functions one time and you're good to go. If your data gets refreshed every time, obviously your data will be getting refreshed, but these functions not to be changed again and again. They will work accordingly and they will give you the exact results. So that's how you make your reports more dynamic, wherein you have already applied the formula, you have already given the system a formula to work for, and they are using that formula and is easily working on that condition. So that is also one of the most important thing that works on and helps you to inculcate with the DAX formulas and DAX stuffs and everything. Correct? So that is also one of an important benefit of it, that you can make your parameters and you can make your work more dynamic. You can make your dashboards and your Power BI more smarter in that case by possibly using these columns. And they also makes your dashboard, like they also make constrain the data on your dashboard, so you don't have to like fetch on multiple columns. So like in that sense, if I created a sum of total for these two sections, or let's say in this case I have sales from two different years. Okay, now if I want to see those sales for two different years, so rather than fetching the two different tables on Power BI, I have just combined those two tables together. Now what's happened with this, that in this scenario I can now have full data that is available, and if I want to fetch for that information of the full data in the table, I can see it simply. So for all the years, now let's say if I want to ever bring a slicer over here for this scenario, and let's suppose from here, I put the filter for month, year, correct? And probably I change the slicer to a child, right? And if I want to see for 2019, data get filtered for 2019. Similarly, if I want to see for 2020, the data get filtered for 2020. In fact, I'll on the legends quickly. Okay, let me just, yeah. Let me just quickly add the legends. It's not getting on. I don't have any legends value on that. No, that's why. No problem. I can put that up. Think that's won't be an issue. But I want to put on the legends. Okay. Yeah. So let me just on the data labels, that will be perfect. And now let's just see. So see, that's what I'm trying to explain, that in this DAX, the most important thing is we can just simply make it more faster. Now in this case, when I union the table together, I use a DAX formula where I union the table together. I created a complete new table where I have combined the 2019 and 2020 data, correct? When I use that formula. Now, the thing is that it makes my data and more faster in that case. Now, how it made my data more faster? So I can see, like see, now I have the complete data set of a line table where for the respective months, I can see what is the overall profit for that particular year. Let's say I'll just filter it for 2019. I'm able to see the data for 2019. I'll just filter it for 2020. I'm able to see the data for 2020. Now, let's suppose in future, if you have a new data coming in, if let's say you get data for 2021 also, you just not need to have do anything. You have a formula table and a table is already created. So it is going to automatically union the data for you, and there will be a third filter added of 2023, and your data will get union, and you just have to click on that filters to see the data. So that's how it makes your data or your database more smarter in that case. Okay, it made your data more smarter by this way. It made that more smarter and it made them more optimized in that way. Okay, then instead of like an operations where you have context filters or you have some work optimizations rather than this, then if you have a DAX over there, so if let's say in this sheet only I would have used the sales data, I would have created a sales data for 2019, then I would have created something from the 2020 data, then I would have applied the filters, then I would have worked with that. So that would be kind of very like diplomatic. Like let me show you. Let's say I take a line chart. I take two line charts, probably next to each other. Let's say I'll replicate this one. Okay, I'll replicate this month and my overall sales in these two charts. So let's say month. Let's take this month. Right. Now for this one, I'm going to use this table, month and profit. Okay, let me expand this. Let me bring this down and let me expand it. See, now I have tables from 2019, 2020. Okay, let me bring a slicer over here for you guys. And let's format it a bit. Let's expand this also. This one also. And let's take year from any of them. And just yeah, check. See, you get the year for 2020 over here. Now, similarly, if I bring a new child for this one, and it's formatted with a child. So now I have two tiles in place. Now I have two tiles in place. Okay, 2019, 2020. And I have two charts from two different tables, sales data 2019 and sales data 2020. Correct? Now, if I want to filter it across, like if I filter it, see, it will work for this one. And if I filter for 2019, it will work for this one. So this is the issue. You have a lot of data and you have a lot of data set applying to that. So if I work for 2019, it will filter for this. It is not working on the combine. So for each of them, I have to create a new filter. I have to get the new filters for each of the file. I have to get the new tables, like two different, you can see two different charts I have to create based on that data. If the data was separated, then I have to give two filters. Rather than this was much more beneficial wherein I combine the two data set. And now if I want to see for 2019, I want to see for 2020, I can see in the same chart. And in fact, in future, if let's suppose the data comes in and expand for 2021, 2022, 2023, it will be more beneficial in that way. Why? Because in that sense, what you will have is that in place that you will have more lists, the list will expand. obviously you have a union function already available. So automatically that list is going to expand, and that list is going to suffice for that data set basically. And it will help you in more functional way or anything of that sort, right? So it basically will help you in a more functional way, in a more workable way, in a more lenient way in that way. So that's also a very most important aspect of having a DAX function. So in conclusion, what we can say that we have various DAX function, and that these DAX functions are very much useful also, very much helpful also in all the ways, in all the walks of life. However you work it, however you not work it, you make it work or anything of that sort, it works in a very good way in that sense. Okay. And in that way, whenever you work with it or whenever you look for it or you do it in a way, then it works in a very good way. It's like work will help you in a work, or it will help you in making it more useful and more workable in that sense. Okay. So that was about the DAX functions and what are the different types of DAX functions that you have in your data set. So hi everyone, let's start with today's topic, that's data modeling. Now, what is data and what is the modeling in it? So data modeling is nothing, but data modeling is basically when you want to model up your data in a way so that you can like make some relationship between the data sets. So basically, how you can combine your data, how you can make relationships between your data sets is something which is called as a data modeling concept in your Power BI. So data modeling concept is kind of very much important when we talk about in Power BI, because it helps you to have a relationship of the data and help us to know that how we can basically toggle all the data together or work with the data together so that we can work on the features and everything. So what is the feature that we have while we use a data modeling? So basically data modeling is one of the feature used to connect multiple data sources in your Power BI. So let's say if I have a table where I have employee details and I have their respective salary in the other table, and I want to connect these two tables together, then obviously by the common column or a common column that will be ID of the two tables, I'm going to combine those data together. So that is called as the data modeling, basically. And that relationship defines how data sources are connected with each other and how you can create an interesting data visualization on multiple data sources. Now, these data modeling not only help you to create or not only help you to connect the data with each other, but basically these connections also helps you to create a very good amount of beautiful visuals and all of that stuff in that form. So you can have a good visualization created. You can have very good visualizations when you are creating. Basically, you can merge two tables and based on that, on various categorical columns or various dimension columns, you can get various measures across the tables and everything of that sort. So that's how a relationship is defined between the data source. And with this modeling feature, you can also build some custom calculations as well. So basically, by combining the two tables, you can always build some custom calculations on an existing table. And these columns may be directly present into your Power BI visualization, which will not only allow the business to define a new metric or to perform any customized calculations on the matrix as well. So basically, let's say if you have any common model or if you have a relationship between the data to combine the two data sets, then it is very much easy. So if you see this snippet over here, I have a customer table and I have the sales table. So if you see over here, when I'm joining my customer table with my sales table, so herein, when I'm combining this, so you can see that here also I have a customer key and here also I have a customer key. So customer key is something which is like a common in both of my table of customer and sales. So based on that, obviously I combine those two tables together, and then I have like various various combinations as well. So let's see one example on the Power BI as well. Let's go to the data modeling. So this is my order table and this is my product table. Okay. Now let's go to the model view of it. There we can see what connections we can create between both of the tables. Let's see that. So see, if you see over here where you have orders and products. So when I'm connecting orders and product together, so what are the common columns that you can get while you connect the data together is your product SEQ. The product SEQ is something which is common in both the tables. Now the thing is that the first question that comes or cross up in the mind is how you can know that which is the common table that you have in the data set by which you can connect. Okay, so nothing to it. Whenever you bring two tables, automatically Power BI has that intelligence sense that it will connect your data automatically into it and will connect to the data sources. Basically, it will connect you with the data. Automatically, it will make a connection. So if in both the two tables or the tables that you are using have some common column or something of that sort, then automatically it is going to connect that two through each other. So you don't have to worry on that part that, okay, how we are going to connect it or how we are going to make this connection or what is the common column by which I should connect it or something of that sort. You don't have to worry on that front. Basically, it helps, it combines by itself only. So you don't need to worry on that part. So like this way, when I bring my orders and product table, so it automatically connected it. Now, if let's say you want to change it to something different, or maybe you want to make a connection of something different, what you can do is that the connection that you are seeing, you can just go into this connection, have a double click. So it takes some time to open basically. You can either delete it from here or you can go to properties or you can also open up that relationship data model where they have combined themselves. So here you can see you have orders table and you have product table. And from here, if I want to make a connection, so the connection has been made on these two columns. So the product SEQ was something which was common in both the tables, and based on that, it made a connection. Now, in this, if you see over there, there is an option of cardinality. Now, what is this cardinality? Cardinality is nothing, but it's a type of a relationship between the data set that has many to many, one to one, or one to many. Okay. Now, what are these relationships that you have in the in your different data sources or anything? What is this relationship? Many to one means when you have a many to one relationship, like you have a many to one relationship. So many to one means when your all of these data set of orders table is connected to only one in this. That is called as many to one relationship. Okay. That is called as your many to one relationship. Like all the other columns are related to the one column in the other table. For example, all the order ID, order date, order year from the orders table, all of the columns in the orders table is related to only a single column in the product table. Okay. That is what we say as a your relationship. That is what we say as a cardinality relationship in your Power BI. Okay. So there are multiple relationships that are there in the picture, not only one, but there are multiple type of a relationship properties that we have, or the cardinality relationship that we have that has 4 options. Basically, one to many is also there. One to many to one, one to one, one to many, many to many. So there are more relationships. Now, what is one-to-one relationship? So one-to-one, one-to-many and many-to-one cardinality options are essentially the same. They have most cardinality types. For example, when you are configuring a one-to-one, one-to-many or many-to-one relationship, you will choose the one that matches the orders in your related column. And for example, if let's say I have a product, like in this case, I have a product and orders table. So in that case, from the product table and sales table, if I'm using, so product column is found in each of the tables. So let's say in this case, I have product SEQ, which is found in both of the tables, and I'm doing a one-to-many. So product SEQ will have a unique value in the product table. Okay. And if you relate the table in the reverse, like sales to product, then cardinality becomes as many to one. Okay. So if I relate it in a reverse form from orders to product, then it is many to one. So that's how it works. Now, one-to-one relationship that comes up is something which means that both columns contain your unique values. Okay. And it isn't common. It represents a suboptimal model. That's what we have. Now, many-to-many relationship with both columns contain duplicate values. So here, if I talk about this many-to-one, so many-to-one means here you will have multiple values. You will have the multiple duplicate values, but in this table, you will always have a unique value. That's the condition of many-to-one. And one-to-many will be vice versa. That is, it will have one unique value in this table and many duplicates value in the product table. That's how the opposite of it works. One-to-one relationship, that means in both of the table in which you are making a relationship, in both of them, there will be on the unique keys only. The common column on which you are merging the data, both of them have the unique keys itself. Okay. Then the next you have next in which you have many to many. That means in both of the tables that you are connecting, it will have both will have a duplicate values in the columns. So these are the relationships. So here, whenever you connect the two data together, you bring the two data together, then it will automatically define that what type of connection it has. So this is something which you don't have to do it. It can be done automatically. So you don't have to basically bother about it. That okay, which connection should become or what is the relationship that should be managed between the two tables or any of this stuff. Okay. So that is something which can be done by Power BI itself whenever you bring the table inside it. So that's one of our most important functionality. Now, let's say if your tables are not there and you want to directly know that from where I could get that table. So you can go to, okay, let it stop, then I'll tell you where you can go. So basically you can go to this option of manage relationship. Let it open. So once you open it, you see the existing relationship that are there and on what columns beside it, the common IDs have been matched. Now here you can either say auto detect or if you want to create by your own. Let's say in my orders and retailer table, there is a connection because the retailer ID is common in both the tables. So if I want to edit the existing connection, so see, here I can see it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. So similarly, if I want to check for returns and orders and I want to check if I want to edit anything or anything, so it's also many-to-one relationship. So in major of the cases, there is many-to-one relationship. Only there will be one or two cases, there will be one-to-one or maybe many-to-many relationship, but majorly the relationships comes on like this. So from here in the managed relationship, you can either edit it, you can either make it, you can either convert it, or maybe you can edit it, or you can have a setup of auto detect also. So if you set up an auto detect, it will automatically detect the connection and it will make it automatically set up accordingly after looking into the tables and seeing the common columns, it will automatically match that, which is something which is done at a first go itself. Whenever you load the data into your Power BI, then only if you have two multiple tables and if it sees that, okay, these two tables have something in common, so that will automatically be matched as well. So you don't have to bother on that part of auto detection. But if let's say in the middle you bring a new table and you want to have an auto detection done by them, so that can also be done over there. So this is called as a data modeling, and this is actually being used a lot. So the feature of using it is, I told you in the beginning that obviously that you will have a feature wherein by combining all these two data, I can create a table out of it. So if you go to my report view, so if you see from the store name, I have given a sum of overall profit for the particular years I have created that. So this is a kind of table I can create from a from this data set. So see, I can create somewhat of a data set from here, or maybe not this, but yeah, but a proper funnel chart from here, or maybe a pie chart from here. I can create these type of things over here. So these can probably be created from this data set, that I can have sum of overall profits or anything of that sort in my data. To see for those IDs or to see for that column, I can really create those. So that's something when I combine two columns together, I can see for those things. So that's called a data relationship that we come across. Okay. So yeah, that's what you saw over there also. Now let's move to the next, update Power BI themes. So obviously there is an option to update your Power BI themes whenever you want to update your themes or anything, or you want to set up any new theme or any of the themes. So then you have an option wherein you can go to your home page and you can set up your Power BI themes. So basically that themes can be obviously being updated. You have that option to do that. So there's an option wherein you have sensitivity and all. So if you go to the view and you probably have a different chart, current theme is default. So from here, you can basically change your chart themes. Let's say I want to make it like this. So probably that's the theme I put across. Similarly, if I want to make it like this, I can change it to this. So these are various themes that we have, and you can browse from the theme gallery as well. So there's a theme gallery that is available in Microsoft, and you can browse from that. Apart from that, there are other options where you can create your theme, or you can customize your theme, or you can browse from the themes as well. So if you have any existing theme available, you can put across. That's what the major question is over here. If you want to, let's say I want to put this theme. So see, that's the perfect theme that we have basically. So we can put around. Now you have a page view, you can fit to it. You can have an actual size. So whatever, like completely your choice, how you want to fit it, how you want to make that, how you want to make your data. You want to have a grid lines, you can create grid lines in the data. You will have to snap to grid, you will have to lock the object. Lock the object basically will not move your data from here to there. But if you don't, and it is going to move the data, then obviously you can have a performance analyzer set up, like you can start recording your report to see the details about time taken by each visual query for its data to render. So there is a performance recording that happens that you can do also. So variously from here you can do it. Then you have a data drill. So you can have a drill through option, or maybe a drill through in the sense you can drill it down through maybe more data. So right now I don't have anything available. So see, for the supermarket, it did for one thing. You can off this and you can be back on the data set again. So basically that was a drill through option. So if you have it for the various years, then obviously that drill through option will work on. Otherwise, it is not that much applicable. Then if you want to find any anomalies in the data or switch to next level, so this is the next level, that's drill up. And if you want to just make it to entire page or the selected visual, let's say this visual, and I want to drill down. So obviously it gets drilled down over there to whatever column I create or whatever column I select basically. Then we have that drill down option or a drill up option or anything. Okay. Apart from that, we don't have that much of a drill down option. Now, if you see there is some expand all down one level in the hierarchy. So if you have any down one level, C6 supermarket, 5 supermarket and all that. So that is something which you have as a drill down option. Then you have this focus mode. So focus mode is something where you focus on that particular visual. That visual will be expanded a lot and it will give you a more bigger view of the picture. That's what is called as focus mode. Now in this, you have more options. From here, you can export your data set. You can show as a table. So if you want to see it as a form of a table, you can do that. Then you want to remove anything, you want to have a spotlight. So you can have a spotlight on this. Spotlight means like for this particular visual, you will have a spotlight and you can just will be focused on this visual. That's it. You can sort it on the basis of ascending, sort it on the basis of descending, like whatever, like maybe on the basis of ID source, if you want to sort it out, so you can sort it that way. If you want to sort it on the basis of your sales or store number or maybe sum of overall profit. So you can sort it out on the basis of that also. Completely depends on you how you want to sort and how you want to do the other options and how you want to work around that. So that's what we called as a basically a data relationship and also a thing wherein after the data relationship, how you can update the themes of Power BI, how you can make Power BI more attractive in a more efficient way and everything of that sort. Okay. So that is called as updating the Power BI themes and all of that. Now something comes as creating a calculated column measure and calculation with and without filters. Okay. So what is that? Like creating calculated column measures, like you can use sum x, min x, max x. So sum, min, max, creating this calculated measures is something which we have done as a DAX query. You can create a calculated measure, you can create the calculated columns, you can filter out those data with those expression. Now this sum x is something which is sum of all the tables which you have. Max is finding the max out of the complete table and all of that. So then you can create a table visualization out of it where you can put all the data across. Or you can have all the conditional formatting of data bars, URL, matrix, pie, whatever donut chart you want to create, a scatter plot, a waterfall chart, a tree, a bubble chart, or anything of that sort. In case of this, you can create a bubble chart as well as scatter plot in that case. Not this. Let's say I want to create a scatter plot. See, that's a scatter plot for me. Or a line chart, like a bar and a line chart, or anything of that sort. In that way, an area chart. This is sort of a tree map that we have. Then an Azure map if you want to create. So obviously I don't have latitude and longitude, it will not create that. Then your gauge. So all of this. In fact, if you want to have a card or multi-row cards, then you will have that. You want to have a donut chart, you can have a donut chart as well. So that's how basically we create. You want to have a waterfall chart, that's a waterfall chart that we can create. So these are the different types of charts that we have in the Power BI that we can create. Now, this was about talking to the data charts. Now let's come on to a section which is called as hierarchies in Power BI. So before moving on to the next part where you can create maps and shapes and all. Okay. So before that, because I told you about what is QA, what is visuals and all. So let's use this to not only go to the DAX, because we did about DAX and DAX tables, table FI columns, searches and everything in that string, like what is true, what is false. You can have a column whereas you contain the string or anything of that data sort or anything. Then we did that sort of a thing, wherein we can find out anything or we can do it. So mid, left, all we all did it, or maybe whenever we want to summarize a column. So we did that. Okay. Let's come to the portion of hierarchies in Power BI. That's a very important concept. Now, what are called as hierarchies? Hierarchies is nothing but a section of table wherein you mention about like what is the form of hierarchy is. Like you have a continuous section that okay, after this this will be coming, and after this section this will be coming. So basically a category, basically what we say as a hierarchy is need to be created. So basically what we say as in hierarchy in a definition and what we talk about hierarchy as a definition, so is a scorecard map, basically a functional tray of a thing wherein you can just like make it as a more pictorial way or as a more graphical way, so that you can have the Power BI providing opportunities to the data set for further enhancing your report capabilities. For example, when I talk about a geographical region, obviously in that geographical region you will have state, country, region, zip code, uh, all of these stuff. So obviously these all stuffs or these all instances comes from a fact that you have a hierarchy created against it. So if so that's what we do. So that geographical or maybe any hierarchy, a date hierarchy or a geographical hierarchy or any type of hierarchy which you create will help you to drill down through your data. Now, how that basically happens? Let's say in this order table, if you see my order date, so order date is automatically a hierarchy which is itself created. So we don't like bother to create an hierarchy in Power BI. Power BI itself creates its own hierarchy by its. Whenever you feed a data in Power BI, whenever you bring a data in Power BI, then automatically it will help you to create an hierarchy by itself. And it's like whenever it will see a date, it will make that as a hierarchy. So if you open in that section, you will see a date hierarchy. So by default also you will see that okay, a hierarchy has been created. But if let's say you want to create that, so that is also not a problem. You can just click on this and you can say create hierarchy, and obviously this will make a hierarchy for you. You have to wait for some time. Just right click on the column on which you want to make the hierarchy, and the hierarchy will be created for you. So see, it's working on it. So see, you have an order date hierarchy. So as I already have a hierarchy created, so I don't want it. Basically, I can just like remove this hierarchy for a fact. But I can show you over here. Oh, sorry, my bad. So you can see under the order hierarchy, you have order date, and here all the columns came up. So ideally, I already have hierarchies available in my data set. So I basically don't need that hierarchy. And if let's say you want to, in which ways you want to delete it, you can delete it from your model. So that's the hierarchy. I am not required of it because I have already created one hierarchy. So this is my order date hierarchy that is already available. So I just told you how we can create an hierarchy. You can click on the column for particularly for which you want to create the hierarchy, and based on that, the hierarchies will be created for you. Okay, so that's how we create a hierarchy. Now see over here, you have an order date. So here you have data hierarchy. So here, if you see, I have created year, month, quarter, and everything. So that's a date hierarchy which I have created. If you see, you can just simply bring that date hierarchy and year, month, quarters. These dates have been created. Now, if you see for this, where I have done a sales. So you can see product category hierarchy, and here you can see here you can see sales amount by product category. So if you see on the product category also, I have created one hierarchy over here, which is for the product category, where I have added in the product category, I have added the product category. Then you have product SKU and product name. So basically how you do that, once you create an hierarchy, inside that, if you want to add anything, you can just simply drag and drop that inside that hierarchy, and you can just simply remove that. Like you can delete this from the model, and if you want to add anything to the hierarchy, then while you create that hierarchy, you have that option to add it. Either you drag and drop that into the hierarchy, that is also creatable. So if you see over here for the product category, I've created a hierarchy. Now, as I've created a hierarchy, so I have a drill option. So if I click a drill down, see, it's moved to the, basically it moves me to the product category names over here. So that's a drill down, like I move to the product category name. Okay, if I just close it and I move to a expanded to one level, so here I'm able to see the product category SKUs. Now, if I expand it to more granular level, I'm able to see the product name and the sales effect. When I'm able to move it up, I'll drill it up, I'll get to the main question over here. Now over here also I can do the same thing. This is completely a font of it. Or either you can do it like this way, that you can bring all the columns over here as well. Like there is two methods of basically, my question was there's two methods of basically doing or setting up an hierarchy. One is by creating an hierarchy. A simple way is to create an hierarchy. Pull just that column over here, just the product category hierarchy you pull, and you will get everything, the whatever hierarchies you have put under it. Or there is another way that you can bring a table and you can bring all these columns together, and then you can show the sum of sales. And on that sum of sales, you can just show the hierarchy. So both of them works in the same way. So if I drill it down through more, so obviously I'm going to get the product category and everything. Now, if I drill up and I go up, so it shows me those hierarchies as well. See, it gave me with the names and everything. And if I drill it more down, so it gives me more granular level of data where I have SKUs and product size and everything on that side. And when I want to drill it up, will again go up to this. So there are two methods by which you can create hierarchies in the table. One is by creating a hierarchy in the data model. That is one thing you have. And the second is one you can have it by creating any of the data models or any product categories in that. Now there is something which is called as an except and a distinct. So except means if you want to accept those outputs from your data set. Okay, so there's a DAX function which is called as accept function in Power BI. A DAX has an accept function that if you want to accept these IDs. If, for example, if I want to include anything, I'll use an accept. And if I want to distinct anything, I'll use a distinct feature in that. Now, let's say if I want to generate a series or generate a cross join in the table, or I want to select or deselect anything. So then those filters or parameters can be used. So basically a parameter percentage option, wherein you want to generate a series of the data, which will help between 0 to 1 to 0.01, that consists of. So when you want to generate a continuous series of that, you can generate it by creating a new table expression. Okay. How you can do that? Let's see. Let's say I have an option of new table. That's the new table that is created. Let's say I give a parameter percentage and I say generate, sorry, not this one, generate series. So I have to give a, now if you see, it says a start value, which is 0. It says an end value, which should be 10. And I have to give an incremental by 1. And then enter it. So you will have this generate series that the values will get generated accordingly when you generate some series in your data set. So whatever data set you have and you want to generate a series or something of that sort, then you can generate it based on that. Okay. Now, if you want to select all, select except, or select no, basically selection of all versus select except versus select filters in it or any DAX filters or anything. So then you can use these filters option where you have the filters to select all, select or deselect anything. So you can add those filters and you can create it. Similarly, if you want to have a rank, top end, dynamic top end, and numeric filters, you can do that. So let's say, let me go to a new sheet altogether. Now, from the product category, I'll bring the product prices. And I'll probably make it as a line chart. And I will sort it on the basis of product category. Yeah, that's look much better. So now here it says you want to see top 5 or something. So if you go to the modeling, you have an option of parameter, a numeric range or a field parameter. So if you select on the field, for these fields, you can create parameters. So from here, you have to add that for which one you have to create a parameter. Let's say I select product category and I create a parameter for that. Now, it's creating a parameter for you. So let's see how it creates. Let's keep it and then we'll move it this side. Okay. Now just format it a bit. So let's say here, I'll just change it, or probably I'll make the product category, and let's say I'll also add the product SKUs. Maybe not product SKUs, maybe something very small, probably the product names. If I want to filter for this, So on the basis of product category, you can filter it out. Or let's say this time I don't want to basically enter for a new parameter. I want to have a numeric range where I will have a whole number and I'll have a minimum value of 0, maximum value of 20. It will increment by 5 and that's the default value will be. Default value will also be 2. So I'll create that. It will be created in the form of a slicer for you. Yes. Because you selected that, yeah, I want to create that in a form of a slicer. Correct? Now, from here, I can just remove this one. And as I have created a parameter over here, I'll put this. Now, I want to put a field over here. Now, what field should I put? The field that should I put is my product price. And I can remove this one. See, now I have a product price available. So let's say I click on this, it gets filtered with this. If I click on this, it gets filtered with that. In fact, in that case, if I want to select those from a vertical list to maybe a drop down or maybe between something, I can have a slicer as well. See, like this way. So that's a sort of a parameter that you can create, which is called as a dynamic parameter for you. Or if you want to create it directly from here, so you can go to the filter section also. From in the filter section, you can have that option where you add a filter. Let's say I just add filter on this. So here you can have an advanced filtering. You can have the basic filtering. You can just go to advanced filtering and from here you can start with or something of that sort or anything. So that filter actually helps you with the top 10 filters and top 12 filters. So these are called as parameters. So basically the question is that whenever you create a parameter, so there are two parameters, which is basically like you filter on the data or filter on the visual or anything of that sort. And the second is, by the way, what I created is a new parameter filter that is also called as what if filter. So what if filter basically helps you with the filters. Then you create and you get it on your table view and all of that. So it depends on what type of view or what type of data you are creating for and what type of view you are looking for. So based on that, whatever you require or whatever you want to create on that front, you can basically like look for it and you can create your data and create your visuals on that or that. Okay. So that's how you basically create your data or create your data set and based on that. So that's how we work on our filters here in the Power BI. Then if you want to have a non-blank value in the first or a last non-blank value you want to search for. So you have a formula over there from which you can connect. I told you about the distinct feature. You can measure the distinct from any of the words or anything. Now there is something which is called as a Power BI intelligence setup. Now what is this Power BI intelligence setup? This Power BI intelligence setup is nothing but where you can manage your roles, you can view your roles. So if you see the option over here in this modeling, you have option to manage roles. So let's say if it opens, you can create your roles over here. Create in the sense, like you can have a product, create it and save it. And this is sort of a role which gets applied. So basically, you are adding some securities that only for the filters and anything, you are only just doable for these product or any roles of that sort. Like if you are applying for a role for the product, so that means this is secured. So you can add filters, you can copy table filters, you can create. So basically, this new role is nothing, but you can create anything as a role. So this is something wherein you will provide filters on the basis of what is there. So let's say if this is my new role and on the basis of product, I want to add a filter on category. So that's what the value I'll click and I'll save on it. So that's a security I have given, that on the base of product category, I can't filter on anything or I can't provide a filter on any sort of section. This is something which is secured. Now see, I can't change it. You see, I can't change this. If let's suppose, right now I delete this parameter also. And I probably bring a slicer. And I bring a product category over here. So see, on the base of T's, I can donate it, but as I have done it shorts, I can do it. But yes, when I talk about this, I can't just filter it out basically. So that's how I can view a role, I can manage a role, I can view that what other users are doing. Let's say new role I want to see, I click on OK. So non-viewing as new role. So when I'm viewing on the basis of new role, whatever the roles or whatever the values I have there. So see, I can't view anything. So that means what I have done is that I have restricted the view for a particular person, that if there is any visualization which is based on any category or anything, for that person, that view has been stopped. As soon as I stop viewing, I'll able to see my data. So basically for the other person, it was stopped that based on the product category, you can't see what is the product price, the sum of product price. But for me, if I want to see it personally, then obviously I can see that and I can work on it. So I have stopped it for the new role one person, that new role which I have created. For that, I have stopped it, that nobody can view that. But yes, for myself, if I want to see it, then obviously if I remove that or if I stop viewing for that, so then I can remove it. So this is a part of security. So that's what is a part of business intelligence. Power BI tool is it of. So if you see on the PPT, that's a Power BI time intelligence setup that is there, where you can manage the role, you can control that role, you can restrict the roles of the people. So basically, that security will help people to give it access only to a controlled system and not to the whole system. So you will have a controlled view of the system and you can have a controlled view of application, but you can't just view everything that you have on your database or you have on your data systems. That's also one of the major points and the major checks that we all have on that front. So that's what we do. And that's what we basically work for and we look forward for that purpose and everything. Okay, that's a Power BI intelligence sense that we all have, and that is available for every one of us. So these are security level, row level securities you want to see for, you want to restrict for, then you have. Now, Power BI visual interactions. So what is this interactions? You go to home. You have this refresh visuals, you have pause visuals, You can pause your visuals from the queries to add up or to set up or anything of that sort. Then you have optimized present, like interactive or customized or anything of that sort. Okay. You have those options available. So these are kind of very good options that you have. Then if you click on any visual, go to a format, you have that edit interaction. Now, what is this? It will open up in some time for sure. How visual interact on data points are selected. So basically, see, if let's say I'll just make it as a filter for your data and I stop that, no, I have a filter to be used. So then if I click on hoodies now, then it will interact according to that. In this, if let's say I have a filter attached and I click on browse, see, I click on hoodies, it doesn't change. Why it doesn't change? Because I have made a visual filter only for pants. So what is this filter? Filter is basically that on what, edit interaction is what? It's a kind of a basic filter that you apply. And on that filter, your data get freezed completely. That is called as an edit interaction. So basically you have, let's say 10 filters. So if you see over here, you have product category. So here in product categories, I have different categories of bras and tops, hoodies and sweatshirts, jackets, pants, shorts, tank top, tees. You have all of the things. But as I have freezed it only for the pants at that point of time, so it is only filtering me for the pants. If I click on any of them, let's say I click on tees also, it will only show me for pants. So this is how I can restrict the filter view option for any user in any which case. That's also one of the concepts that we have while we use this edit interaction. So basically you are editing your interaction of the table on the basis of the filters, on the basis of the parameters, all these stuffs. So that is called as your edit interaction option that you can use. And based on that option, it's very easy for us. You can really save it or work on it. And it restricts your work to be shown, or maybe if you want to restrict for the filters, like if you want to set up somebody's filter to only for 3 or 4 sections or for 3 or 4 categories, that person will be able to see that very easily by using an edit interaction. Now, if you want to remove it, just click on none. As soon as you click on none, you click on hoodies, you click on jackets also, then also it doesn't filter. Now, if I click on this edit interaction, then also it doesn't work. Why? Because for this also I had an interaction that was created. So see, it interaction works. So for this, I want to refresh the visual in that case. Then I remove the interaction and then I can now see for the visuals in all of that. See, it's now filtering for different sort of it. Bras, hoodies, jackets, whatever I want. I can filter it out for that purpose. Okay. That's what it's worked for a edit interaction option. In Power Visualization, then you have bookmarks in Power BI. Now, what are these bookmarks? Bookmarks are nothing, but bookmarks are also very interesting fact. So, these are called as the bookmarks. There's a section of bookmark. So, if you filter the data to get a state you want to capture and click and add on it. So basically, if let's say I add a bookmark, I'm not renaming it. Now, in this, so this is a kind of bookmark that is there. You can create a bookmark. So that's a page of a bookmark that is created. And this is a sort of bookmark that you created that, okay, this is one of a page which I am loading for, I'm looking for. So this page is your bookmark. This is basically a page which is bookmark. If you close it, then it will not be a bookmark. So every time whenever you open that visual, that that page will be bookmarked for you. So that means that is a marked for you thing, which will always work. Now, Power BI market trends. Power BI market trends are pretty important. Power BI market trends. And what all we have is Power BI market trend is how the Power BI market is capturing the market. Okay. How they are working with the market, how they are looking for the market, what are the things that we have in the market trends and that we have in the market forms. So these Power BI market trends are quite important, like how Power BI is fetching up in the market and everything. So yes, Power BI is a great tool to fetch up in the market, to see in the markets, to work in the markets. Everything that you have in the form of a work, visual, anything. So in that way, Power BI is very much trending up in the market. The reason for its trending up is free of cost. It's a part of a Microsoft, and it's kind of not that tough, I would say, to pick up if you are aware of any visualization tool, and if you're not also. Basically, if you're aware of Excel, you can actually get into this Power BI tools and create and make a fun, like it really have a good collapse on that part of creating a Power BI marketing trends, and you can have a good trends on the market, because Power BI is sort of visualization tool and is used by a lot of organizations over there. So obviously, when you talk about using it with the organizations, working with the organizations, looking forward to work with them. So in that case, these Power BIs are very useful in the market when you come and work with them, because these are visualization tools. And moreover, the visualization tool is very important right now in the market, because if I talk about the higher partners or the higher team level partners who are on a higher scale, like your partners or maybe the clients, they are never interested in seeing any raw data or anything. They would always prefer on seeing basically some visuals or maybe a visually represented screen or something of that sort, because that's on what they are fascinated, that's on what they work for, that's on what they look forward for to work with or look with. That's what it does. So that's why they are more interested to see like these sort of a things rather than looking for the visuals or anything of that sort. They're not interested in looking for visuals, or they are not bothered in fact to look for visuals, because they can more differentiate, more categorize on the basis of these Power BI, like the visualization. Then, and that's why this Power BI market is picking up, and it's picking up in a form of a very good trend, wherein it's working very good. It looks forward to the work, and it is picking up the market in that sense. So that's the reason that we have Power BI in the market, and Power BI is very much useful in that sense also, that they are working on it, they're looking forward to work on them, and they are actually working a very great path in that way. So market trend is very good. Every now and then organization are using Power BI for their help, for their work, for everything, for the work purpose and all of that sort. So yes, Power BI is a very good to go feature that is there in the market, and is very good to use also. So that's one thing with Power BI. Okay. So yes, you can obviously use Power BI in a very good shape, in a very good trend, in everything. Yes. And then I would also suggest you on some of the parts that obviously, guys, you should always like practice it whenever you get time. There are a lot of websites from which you can get from which you can go practice, you can get your data, you can try out some sample data, and always practice, because these are the tools which help you to in your practice. The more you will practice, the more it will get clear to you that what you have to do, what you have to not do, and anything of that sort. So these visualization tools are really dependent on practice. The more you practice, the more learnings you will get, the more benefit you will get with the learnings and everything of that sort. So this is how you can practice on the data set. You can work with the data set, and you can look forward to the data set and everything. Okay. So that would be like a suggestion from my side to you guys. Like go practice, clear all your doubts, make as much visualization as you can. Obviously, start with a set of very simple data, then go to a bit complex data. Try starting for some complex data sets. Try looking for some complex data set. Like this way, you can basically progress That would be one of my advice, that you can progress in this way, that you can start with a small thing and then you can gradually go to the bigger stuff and the bigger picture in fact, in a very good fact or a very good work terms and everything. So that would be more beneficial, and that would also will look a bit very good on that part. Like if you will work in that way, it will really going to be very good and very gripping also. In that sense, it will be very gripping, and in that sense, it will be very good while you work with those technologies and all that work and all those stuffs in that one. So obviously, you should always go and work on that Q&As. You should always go and look for that work. You should always go and see what you are doing, what you are not doing, what how you are fetching it. Start with a small data set and then gradually move to a bigger set of the data and all of that set and everything. So as you will pick up with a big set of data, obviously you are going to get more knowledge on that front. You are going to get more knowledge on that scale. And that will really going to help you a lot in that case to learn from that. Obviously, you can get your data everywhere. You can try visualizing it. So in any part of the field, like maybe you are from an HR background, you're from any of the other backgrounds or anything of that sort,